All right. I think I'm set up. Dead Pixel Studio, hello, how you doing? Welcome on in. Hopefully you're having a good Saturday. All right. Just get my monster open, get ready to go here. Tastes a little weird, but whatever. Make it work. All right. What? Oh, I went live. Sorry about that. Okay. I think we're supposed to work on an AI today. I think that's what we're doing. So let's go ahead and unhide this. And let's just go here. As soon as it decides to load. Feels really dark. I don't know. Do I have nav mesh enabled? No. Nav mesh bounds volume. Why is that not? Jess, what's up? How you doing? Oh. Oh, it's just not showing because it's underneath that. Interesting. It's going. It's getting there, that's for sure. How have things been with you? Where am I? Let's see here. That's good to hear. Good to hear. You've been working on stuff of your own lately? People, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Hopefully you're having a good start to your weekend. Just got home from picking up your groceries. Nice, tier 1. Nice, nice. Might need to like hide the water plane so we can actually see this for a minute, but what's up, Murky? How you doing? Happy Saturday as well, people. Hello, welcome on in. Just the job going? Gotcha. Just go ahead and hide the water just for a minute, guys, while we like kind of take a peek around here. Because we're gonna have spots like this that we're gonna need to fix. I think we could probably just put like nav links into this. That, or I can maybe like pull the door open just slightly. That'll fix it. Yeah, screw it. We'll do that for right now. Just gonna kind of go around the level and just kind of see what we got. Make sure that things are mostly traversable here. Okay, so we have a little section here that's not overly traversable. Hopefully everybody's had a decent week, though. Just gonna move some stuff around here a little bit. This one we might just, can I move? No, I can't remove it. I just don't want the AI to get stuck in too many places here. So I'm just kind of going through and grabbing. Hopefully making sure we have some connections here at least. It's not gonna be that big of a deal. Oh man, it's not gonna be that big of a deal, but just because the AI for here, it's gonna be an interesting one to make. If I haven't told you guys about it yet, basically, okay, that's fine. This AI is going to be my recreation of the water monster thing from Amnesia. So for all the early viewers getting in here, that's what we'll be working on today. May have to put some like nav links into this stuff because it looks like some of these things are just too it's fine. You remember this project? Yeah, this was part of Thaw, right? It was a New Year's Eve project from last year. But we never got to finishing it. And so I'm just reutilizing it. I mean, it's you know, part of a demo map. I'm just gonna get rid of some of these things so we get better. Camper, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, so it was part of another project that we were working on for a little bit, but it is part of the demo map that comes with this assets. I don't have time to go through and rebuild a whole map using it, so we're just going to use this for now. It should work out perfectly well for what we're planning to do here. And then once we add the water back in, it's pretty nifty back here. You know, we got the water and all that good stuff. Not a friendly hospital. Not a friendly hospital. Yeah. So I'm hoping that the water plane doesn't screw up the AI. But now that we have a nav mesh in here, and I just kind of zoomed around the map. Let me hide this really quick again. What was it? Okay, so that's the thing. We may have to put in a couple nav links just to kind of help it move through certain areas, because there are things like these doorways, for whatever reason, you know, it's awesome looking for what it's worth. Yeah, I mean, I know people are gonna probably be upset about it because it's the demo map and it looks like the map from Demonologist and all that stuff, but like Demonologist used just this demo map, you know, and I've already kind of come out and said that this project is to save me on a lot of level design time, because I was trying to get this project done in a month. We were using demo maps, but I did still have to go through and make some adjustments and make some tweaks to this map. But I think the water is going to make this map a lot more interesting. Posture check. Oh damn! I just went to the gym yesterday, and like my chest and my arms hurt, my triceps are sore, so I'm like, ugh. But I'll try to sit up a little bit more. Okay, I think we're good there. We're just gonna go with this, and then let's see if you know, if the AI starts getting stuck anywhere. Is it gonna get stuck here? It will. You know, then we'll start going through and opening things up or adding navlink stuff to it so that it can jump between places. So the way that we're gonna do today is we're gonna start working on the water monster AI, and it's gonna roam around the map. So our goals for today, let's just start off with some goals for today. The goals for today is to get a monster, AI monster, that can roam around the map, and then it can hear. We're gonna have some like water splashing noises as the player walks around and stuff in here, and it'll be able to hear the noise that you're making as you move, and so that we want it to be able to like respond to sound events. So that's the goal for today. Just get an AI in here that we can say, okay, hey, you know, roam around the map, and then also, you know, respond to sounds. What's up, Shrew? Andre, how you guys doing? I think I recognize this entrance. Yes, this is, I mean, if you play Demonologist, it's very similar. There used to be a doorway stuff here. I got rid of it. This is the demo map that comes with this art asset, so you may have seen it in a couple other games. We are adding our own little touch to it. I did a little bit of level design to add some stuff in. And so, yeah, like there's a whole little room I added back here. But I won't go in there because that's stuff for the puzzle, and luckily enough for me, I haven't kind of distributed the puzzle on this map yet, so we're just not going to go in that room, so that you guys don't know what the puzzle is quite until you play it. Before we start this though, let me go in here and make sure that we're actually going to be in this map and not in some other map like the apartment. So we want hospital. So let me update my save file really quick. Make sure it worked. Okay, it did. Cool. I think I've seen the map in Unfollow. It's very, very, very possible that you have, Shrew. I don't know if I'd have seen that game, but this is literally the demo map that comes with these assets. I'm making changes to it so that it's working with the gameplay that I want it to be working for, and then, you know, etc. If that makes any sense. So, okay, so we need to make an AI. And the question is, do we want to use state trees, or do we want to try and use behavior tree? As you guys know, I'm not a huge fan of behavior trees. I am a more fan of state trees. What engine version are we in? Are we in 5.2 or 5.3? With this one. 5.2 on this one, okay. What am I using in the Hauntings? For what? This map? Or the AI? I'm using state trees. Yeah, Demonologist is the other bigger game that used this exact same map. I think I have to enable state trees though. Yeah. Gameplay, state tree, restart now. All right. I don't know what I had open. All right, let's go back to the map. Man, I am sore today, guys. What's up, PC Go Splat? I didn't see you sneak in there for a second. Alright, there's a way to, like, expand all, right? Or, like, I did not mean to do that. Isn't there a way to, like, collapse all? The village is my wife's favorite map. Oh, that's in the wrong bubble then. Oops. Door 2 hospital. Nope, god damn it. There we go, that's good enough. Just wanted to get us here. Alright. Adapt the map of their games, yeah. Hey, Blue Swings, thanks for the Happy Veterans Day. I appreciate it. Is that actually today? I thought it was tomorrow for some reason, but Happy Veterans Day to everybody else as well, if it's today. I know yesterday I had the day off for Veterans Day. It was also the Marine's birthday yesterday, but I don't remember if that was today or if it was Sunday. That likes my maps. She likes the next map, the village map, which we'll get to at some point because we have an AI that we have to make for that map as well. But we'll have to be careful with that map because there are quite a few puzzles in that map to avoid. It is today? Okay. Well, then Happy Veterans Day, everybody. Okay. That's better. Oh, it's when you have it selected. That's weird. So your father texted me? Gotcha. Sorry, I spaced out for a second. AIs. Let's start making some AIs. So let's go to Logic. We're going to add a new folder for AI. All right. We're going to need an AI controller, but we're going to need one for like different maps and stuff. So we're just going to make one for the hospital. Hospital. I think I spelled that right. So we'll start with the blueprint class, and I think we want to do a character ability to walk around and put from a controller. It's going to be at least be a pawn, but I'm wondering if we should do a character, have a movement component and all that other stuff on it. Let's do a character, and we're going to call this the water monster. All right. For right now, I do think we should give it a skeletal mesh, just so that we can see it. But remember, this guy is gonna have no mesh in the end, so we'll have to figure that out. But for right now, we're going to do that. We're going to have an AI perception, and we need a state tree component to give it some logic. And then we're going to need to create a state tree. I think, is it under miscellaneous? Maybe under AI, actually. Yeah, state tree. I think it's a component. I think that's what I haven't made these in a while. State tree, water monster. Let's see. All right, then we put that in there. Logic starts automatically. Good. I feel like that's all we really need, right? Because I think the perception, there's a stimuli source, gives owning actor a way to auto-register as perception stimulus. Okay, let me just see what's on that. I know we're not going to leave it on here, but unactivated, auto-register as source. Register a source for senses, probably sound. Okay, so we're gonna need to put this on on the player. But under AI perception, the dominance thing is going to be hearing. We're gonna have a config for hearing. There's no visuals, no anything else on it, and then inside of here, detection by affiliation. I don't think that actually. I don't know if they ever fixed that, but we're just gonna enable all of it. The hearing range. I don't know what we want to do with that just yet. Max age. Let's give it 20 seconds. Starts enabled, dominant. Okay, cool. So now it should be able to hear things whenever we like register a sound. And all that good stuff. True North, what's up? What did you miss? Not a whole lot. We're just starting the water monster AI. If you guys don't know what I mean by water monster, go Google Amnesia, the first game, and look at the water monster from that. We're gonna make something very similar to that, except for it only responds to sound, and it's invisible, and it will move through the water and all that good stuff. Like I said, let's go ahead and give it a mesh for right now. Should we make him Jack? Let's make it Jack for right now. So we'll have the dead guy Jack running around here. Make sure we are selected into hospital. Okay, and let's go ahead and drag Jack on in there. This would be my only concern, is if this water becomes a thing. The other thing that we need to do, at the time, it really was, it actually terrified me. And ever since I saw that water monster, I've always wanted to make a water monster of my own. And so I was like, what better opportunity than this game, right? All right, now the other thing that we need to do is we need to add something to it. I don't remember what it is, so we're gonna go look at the player, because the player I think already has it on there. It is a BP fluid implementation, and that's so that it can move the water. BP fluid implementation. And then we need to copy the settings out of that thing into that thing. Use frustrum culling is going to be false. And fluid controller, fluid mesh is the thing. And then I want to say that I have that just on the capsule. Component tags fluid mesh. Yeah. Okay. So we go here. And we say component tags fluid mesh. Dead Cake, what's up? How you doing? From Demonologist? Yep, it's because Demonologist used a lot of like demo maps in their games, so you'll probably end up seeing those maps in a lot of games. It's just like, what I really hate, so here's the thing, working on this project has definitely made me understand more and more why, you know, companies or studios wants to use these demo maps. They're usually really well put together. It would take a very long time to recreate something to the same fidelity, and so it's very appealing to use. The thing that I don't like about when stuff happens to use demo maps is that, let's say a game like Demonologist, right? It takes off and becomes really, really popular, right? Now everybody thinks that that map is from the game Demonologist, right? And it's not like... And then if they see that map in any other game, they're gonna be like, oh, that's the map from Demonologist, right? And it's like, well, yes, it is the same map, but it's because they use the demo map, right? So that's the only thing that bugs me a little bit. I'm like, it's not their map, it's just the map from the pack, you know? And that's happened with other games too, like Phasmo, I think, had some demo map stuff in it. So people are like, oh, you know, you see the hospital from Phasmo all over the place. And it's like, well, it's not the hospital from Phasmo, it's just the hospital from the asset pack. I do a script for Blender in Python to do a simple gold ball, and it actually worked. Dude, ChatGPT has been getting better and better. Yeah, Dead Cake, absolutely. Like I said, what I've been doing for this game specifically is I've been going through the maps and making adjustments. I've been doing the lighting, so like pretty much all the lighting has been getting remade and post-processing, and so like visual effects, I've been trying to remake those. And then, you know, I obviously have to do a little bit of level design to make it work with my puzzles and all that other stuff. So like there is some stuff that I'm changing, but yeah, huge props to the original creators of these assets, because not only are they great assets, they look awesome in the engine and everything, but they did a really good job composing the levels and stuff. I want that to weigh on your conscience. God damn it, tier 1. Well, fine. Maybe I enjoy your suffering. Okay, so when he moves, he should move the water now. We'll have to wait and see if that works. Like it should like displace the water. Again, we're just using Jack right now as a stand-in 3D model for it. Obviously, once this is done, it won't be any model. We will have to decide like what happens if the AI catches you. Part of me's thinking that like if it catches you, it like what I was thinking originally was it would like knock you down into the water or whatever, and then you would wake back up at the beginning again. And you wouldn't have to necessarily start over, but like whatever you had in your hands would be dropped, and then you would have to go back out there and pick stuff up again, you know? Okay, so state tree, start logic automatically, BP, blah, 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 blah. Character movement. So the initial movement on these is usually like 600. Yeah, max walk speed is like 600. So we're going to slow that down to something like 200 for right now. I don't know if that's super fast or what. How deep is the water? It's not very deep. It's only like shin high. That deep. Right. So the next thing is going to be, need to open up this. And now I got to remember how this works. Component actor, context actor. Okay, we have parameters. It's been a second since I've done state trees, so we're just, you know. The trash compactor, I do. It's been a hot minute since I've seen it, but I do remember that. All right, so missing transition. Wait, if I just click add state. Okay, there we go. Idle. Oops. Force slow movement through the water for the player. I don't think so. Actually, if anything, tier 1, I believe on this map I actually give you a little bit increased movement speed just because of how big the map is. The consequences in this map is that if you go slowly, if you walk around the map, you make less noise, so the water monster might not hear you as much. And if you sprint, you'll make a lot more noise, and that'll attract the water monster. So it's more of like you need to like choose when you want to sprint and when you want to walk based on do you think it's safe to go through an area or whatever. That's more so what I think is going to happen. I don't think I'm going to slow their movement through here, just because I don't want it to be like, oh, this map isn't that hard, but it just takes 45 minutes to do because you're sloshing through water, But we'll see. It's sound only based. There's no the monster has no vision, True North. So like theoretically you could run somewhere, right? And then it would hear you're running, and then like as it's coming after you, you can then stop running and kind of walk and try to move to another area nearby, and it'll come to where it last heard something. So it could technically come and run up right in front of you and stop, but it doesn't, know where you are. So it's all sound based. Flashbacks at the OG Plains school or prison. Yeah, that's the thing, is I didn't want this map to feel like, oh man, it's gonna take forever, Roam, heard noise, or maybe chase noise. So we have an idle, so it's when it's just maybe just standing. Then we have it roaming around to different places within the hospital. We'll just have it like pick a random point inside there that's reachable and go to it. And then chase noise is when it hears a noise, it'll go into this state and do the stuff to chase after the noise. And then I think like what we'll do is like if it's chasing the noise and it gets within a certain radius of the player, that's when it'll attack. Like it'll just attack you. Like it can, like basically you can't let it get super close. If it's roaming, it can roam right in front of you as long as you don't make a noise. But if it was chasing you because it heard a noise, if it gets within a certain radius during the chasing sequence, then I think we'll just say, okay, it gets you, and it makes you start over. Underwater threat. I was actually contemplating when I first started thinking about the water monster. I was contemplating making it kind of like a mixture of it being invisible, but then also like having like some like creepy like eel / mermaid tentacly thingy swimming through the water occasionally. So like you'll be running and all of a sudden you'll just see like something kind of like through the water right in front of you. It's like just like a dark mass with like tentacles or something. I thought about doing that too, but I just don't know how hard that would be. You know? At this point, I keep telling myself I gotta stop expanding scope and keep it simple and just finish it, you know? Even though that would be, like you said, sounds terrifying. What's up, Jay? How you doing, buddy? Is that of the deaths? Your body just disappears under the water? So what I'm thinking is, like, we'll do something where, like, if it gets you, like, yeah, like, it tackles you down in the water or something, like just, like, some, like, bunch of splashing particles or whatever, and then it'll respawn you back here in the beginning. And you'll do the wake up thing again, like you wake back up. It's kind of hard to explain without ruining the story, kind of like why it happens like that. I'm assuming that you guys might be able to catch on a little bit as to what's going on as the streams go on, but I'm trying not to ruin the story too much for you guys. Overgrown eel that sometimes come to the surface, other times just see the water rippling along. That's kind of what I was thinking, but I just don't know how much like extra work that's going to be, so I haven't really pursued that route too much. So Jay, this is called The Hauntings Dark Passenger. It's a single player classic horror game where you have puzzles and a storyline and jump scares. Think of like a classic traditional horror game that's single player. That's what this is. It was just I needed a break from multiplayer coding, so I was like, I'm gonna make a single player game. And this was supposed to be out for Halloween, but I had a funeral come up and then some work trips and some other stuff that happened, so that basically I had absolutely nothing going on in October, and I thought I could dedicate a lot of time to it and just knock it out, to I had no time in October due to a bunch of stuff going on, and I barely got to touch this. So I only have about 2 weeks worth of work on this project total. And so I'm trying to wrap it up. All of the puzzles are programmed in the game now. They just need to be polished up and like implemented into the level design in some cases. And then we just need to add the spookies and then sound design, polish, that kind of crap, and wrap it up and push it out. So hoping to get it done soon so that we can get back to working on the Hauntings open world demo for investors to see if that's a route that I can go with it, and then go on from there. I might start looking to see if there's any of like people maybe in chat or around the community or whatever that might be interested in putting together a little dev group where we can work on some small horror games, similar vein to this one, but probably a little smaller scope maybe. I have a lot of ideas of some like short single player games that I kind of want to put out. I've seen some other games coming out recently that have really inspired some ideas in me. But I would like to make sure that my focus stays on getting the Hauntings done and getting this brand stuff done. But I was thinking about maybe if there's like a group of people that would want to get together and, you know, chip away at little projects here and there when they have time. But we'll see. I'm not sure if I want to go with that route exactly yet. But I do have like several ideas. That would need darker water though. Well, the thing is the water in here looks pretty like transparent, like you can see through it fairly well because there's this like invisible light source that I have here, because this is like the starting area. But like as you go back here, it gets like super dark, and like there's just like a couple of like lights here and there that light up some stuff, and then you'll just have your flashlight. So it does get darker. I just have the starting area here pretty bright so that you can kind of see like where you are, you know, get yourself situated and stuff. It should be somewhat soon, yeah, hopefully, Jay. My goal is to get this done as soon as possible. That's why I keep telling myself, don't expand the scope, don't expand the work, don't expand the art. Just get what I have in mind done and be done with it. What's up, Marengo? That blue on your name is like super hard to read on the restream chat window. But morning. In the recent Humble Bundle, I have not. If you want to drop a link for it, I'll take a peek. Yes, so the ghost is going to make ripples in the water and splashes in the water. And that's how you'll be able to know where it is. It'll make some noise as it moves around itself. And then there will be splashes. So if you guys... Okay, let me just show this on stream really quick because I don't know if everybody's seen it. Let's pause this. Maybe this one.
Fresh out of Papa Murphy's kitchen, our delicious
Stream
pan
is apparently
pizza.
brought to you guys by Papa
Actually,
Murphy's now.
It's fresh out of my oven.
Dad, it's just an expression.
Thick, crispy, buttery pan pizza? Now that is an expression.
Get a large 2-topping pan pizza for
Project Creep is,
$11.99.
yeah, it really is. Scope Creep is awful. No, just... I just literally just want to watch my video.
Are you not entertained?
5, 4, 3, 2, I let one go.
I appreciate that, Marie. I'll take a peek at that in just a second. Alright, let's see if this is what it is. I don't even know if this is the right video.
Downside is I'm locked in.
Let's see.
Oh, probably.
I'm just gonna skip forward until we find it, maybe.
Okay. Music. It's organic tissue.
Infamous water monster. Yet, like the first 3 minutes of your video has nothing to do with the water monster.
Now, what was the order put here? I probably. What if it's a weight puzzle? Vial of acid for 2 different things.
What's the reason for the dark?
Turn this down a little bit for you guys too.
Reacting too much or reacting away? Which
Infamous water monster. Half the video of a 36-minute video has nothing to do with the water monster yet.
You know, it's kind of a dumb thing to say, especially when there's a monster wandering about, but there might have been some things I missed.
Okay, here we go. I think I found a clip.
Down on top of the barrel.
Okay, so this is the water monster part in Amnesia. In this game, I think it's like if you touch the water, it comes at you.
Again, making good leeway.
But it's just...
Of course, being me, I'm kind of curious inside each room.
Turn that down even more. So the idea in this one is that you jump along these things, and then the water monster kind of follows you around, and it'll attack you if it gets close to you. But that's how you see how like it makes little splashes in the water. Like that's how you know where it is. That's kind of what we're gonna do in this game. Is that you won't actually see the water monster. It'll just make ripples and splashes in the water and make noise, and then it'll attack you if you get close to it. So this is like the old version of what we want to do. All right, let's see what this is. I don't actually really go on Humble Bundle that often, like ever. So the hospital pack that we're using is in the Humble Bundle. I liked the look of this mansion, but it doesn't include an interior. It's just exterior. I have looked at this gym. Ooh, some foliage packs. Those would be useful for what I'm looking to do now with the open world. Zombie animations could be useful. Tanks and cars and signs and scared pack animations. I don't think I've ever bought anything on Humble Bundle before, but this stuff that I'm seeing right here is very tempting. Now, is this like... Obviously, it probably doesn't get added to your Unreal library, right? How does this work? I don't think I've ever bought anything on Humble Bundle for Unreal assets. Do you just get the assets, then you just download them, and then you have to import them into yourself? Or does it give you access to this on the Epic Store? Oh, redeem on Epic Store. I'm just blind. The title is just continue to watch long ad revenue. I hate the modern monster in Amnesia. It has traumatized me for any time I get into a water game. See, that's what I'm talking about. You want to play this again? You should do it. You can throw dead body parts to feed and distract a monster too. Yeah, I'm not gonna probably go that far with this one, but you know, they finally added redeem codes for the Unreal Engine. Okay, that's what it looked like right here. So it looks like you pay for these here, and then it gives you a code, and then you redeem all this stuff. How does that work? Is it like codes for each individual thing, do you think? Or is it like one code that just gives you all of them? So like I already have some of this stuff. Individual? Okay. You're good. Yeah, you just sent it to me.
Sorry. The one place that she sent closes at 6, so I didn't even.
Oh, okay. Jesus. Sorry guys, give me a second, I just gotta fix this. Hey, did we get a redeem? What happened? I'm so fucked up right now. It looks like Tom, you redeemed, but did the bot not go off? The dev's bot not work? Gives you keys to redeem, the codes to activate them, or they'll be model packs. $30 for the full pack? Yeah, $30 for all of these, all 50 items. It was all individual, got it. Add them with all their codes if you want them all. Gotcha. I bought this pack, and a few of them are downloads from Humble, but the rest are all codes. Okay, cool. One stream. Okay. What's up, Doc? How you doing, buddy? Welcome on in. I don't see the dev bot. It broke, or he has it turned off, or something. Was that your top? Was that your first redeem? Because if that was your first redeem, it's gonna really screw me up. Shoot, that was your first redeem. Grrr, dev stuff. Oh, did I not have it bookmarked? Crap. Give me a second. Because I gotta get his Twitch ID. You broke it. Yeah, apparently you did. Look into that pack. Yeah, it's a pretty decent pack. I'll post the link here again for anybody that wants it to look at the one that we're looking at on screen here. You definitely broke it. Let me go here, maybe. Yeah, you redeemed it, but it did not give me the link or the thing that I need. Let's try this. Let's see, maybe this will give me the thing I need, and I can just manually formulate it. Alright, hopefully this works. Let me add you to the bottom of the list. I had to manually type it, but I think that'll work. Bam, you've been added. Hopefully that fixes the bot soon. Eventually cancel after a year of nothing being worth redeeming from their monthly bundles. Was that like a subscription package? Like I said, I haven't looked into it at all. Just gonna move this over here. Some are gold mines, some are not. Looked like there was some good stuff in that pack. Appreciate you bringing it up. Okay, so we're adding one more state, which will be attack player. But I think that's all it needs to do. It just needs to roam around, idle for a little bit, listen for noises. If it hears a noise, run after the noise. If it gets within a certain range of the player, we'll attack the player and have it get reset. I think that's all the monster needs to do, right, guys? Occasionally just stand somewhere, roam around. If it hears something, run at the noise that it heard, or run to the noise that it heard, and then if it gets while it's running after a noise, if it gets within a range of the player, then it will attack the player and reset them. Does that sound right, guys? Is there anything else? The only thing that's gonna suck is if like you run away from it and then you kind of like walk off and it doesn't hear you walking off, but then you try to like sneak back past it as it's running to the last noise that it heard, and then it like gets within range of you and kills you. But we'll have to make some tweaks, I guess, to the code once we get this like framework in. Well, this version they had one decent game every month or 3. Interesting. Still a good deal, just not as good if you buy every Unreal bundle on there. Yeah. Constant. Okay. Hello. How you doing? Sorry, the dark blue names are really hard to read on this chat background. So like Constant, FPS, and then I think it was Marengo's name. You guys have like really hard names to read on this chat thing that I'm using. Okay, in idle, yeah, I don't even know what that emote is either. And that thing is I can't hover over emotes. Oh, it's a ninja. Okay. Yeah, it is difficult. Like, it's very easy to read in the Twitch chat window, but in this restream window, like here, I'll show you the window I'm looking at. Like, this is the name right here. Like, do you see how like it's like a dark blue that like blends into this bluish background? It's rough. All right. So now I gotta remember how this works. I think inside of here we can just give it tasks, right? Which is just like in this case, I think there's like a delay task. Yeah, but what's nice about it, PC, is like if somebody starts chatting on YouTube or on Kick or whatever, it has like all of that chat in one spot for me to read it. So that way I can interact with anybody who decides to tune into the stream on whatever platform they choose on. Tune in on, you know? You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know why they chose this like bluish background. I don't think there's anything I can do to change what I'm seeing on here. There is a settings button, but I think the settings is more like the appearance of the chat and everything. Yeah, it doesn't let me actually change like, yeah, it doesn't actually let me change the background color or anything like that. Just like how the chat kind of looks, like the messages look. Oh, colorized author names. I may have turned that on. I did turn that on. I don't know why. Okay, that actually does make it easier. But the thing is, like, now in my head, I'm going to be like, everybody's name is the wrong color. Interesting. I didn't know if you can change those colors there. Could do some local CSS magic as well. Yeah, that just feels like a lot of work. I'd rather just work on this AI, which is already probably going to take me a hot minute because I don't remember how this works. This does, okay, so we have to do a transition, on state complete, go back to root. So in this case, we'll just have a delay of 10 seconds with a random deviation of 3 seconds. And then I don't think I want it to run forever. Just once it's done. So idling is just literally, that's just it. We just run a delay, which means it just sits there. Frantic, thank you for the happy Veterans Day. And again, for all the other veterans in chat, guys, thank you for your guys' service. Happy Veterans Day as well to you. I appreciate you all being here. Yeah, it's not worth it. Everything else is kind of fine about that. Like, honestly, I can see, you know, I can see everything. It's just the name thing is weird. Whoa. What's up, Josh? How you doing? It's strict. Yeah. It gets the job done, though. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm triple streaming, actually. I have it also up on Kick. Figured might as well just put it out there. I know that the lion's share of my viewers, they all are on Twitch. So I'll probably, you know. It's you. Oh, strict. Oh. God damn it. I thought you meant like the color settings were strict. God. What's up, strict? How you doing? Yeah, it is pretty much stolen source code from Twitch. If you look at Kick, it looks very identical to Twitch, and I don't know if it's the stolen source code, but let's just say it looks very, 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 very similar to Twitch. Like all of the layout, it's almost the exact same. Like everything's very similar. Dev, your bot broke earlier, so I had to yell at you when I first saw you. You can watch me on both platforms, yeah. But yeah, I'm surprised. I mean, it's not surprising Kick stayed around. They were able to grab a lot of really big talent over there. And I'm wondering if this opening up multi-streaming on Twitch is going to hurt Kick. Because Kick never had any kind of exclusivity agreements, but like, you know, someone like XQC, right? They can now dual stream on both platforms. I don't know if they will, because like they probably want the viewers to come to Kick. So like, but like, they have the option to now, you know. VPS is down currently. Should be up again soon. Okay, it's no problem. Somebody redeemed earlier the copy, and I was like, what do I do? Because they hadn't redeemed a copy yet, so I just went and found a website that would give me, like, I put their username in, and it gives me their Twitch ID, and I just manually added them. As it's stolen source code, I thought they'd not be able to maintain the big photo, but true, but I don't know. Maybe it's easy enough to maintain or extend. I'm not sure. Okay, so in the roaming state, what we need to do is we need to pick a location to roam to, and then we need to move to that location, right? So that's kind of like 2 tasks or 2 things to do. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to add a child state to this, which will be like find location to roam. And then we'll add another child state where it is like roam to location. Okay. So then this one on transition complete is just going to on state completed, go to next state, which is just going to mean just go down. And then once this one is done, we can just have it go back to the root. That's fine. I think on here, on event received, we're gonna have to make some events for this, right? So we're gonna have water monster dot heard noise. And we're going to transition that to chase noise. Priority is critical. Transition priority same time during see, this was different. Delay transition on event. Okay, so if we hear a chase noise, it should kick us down into here. I don't know if it takes us out of this roaming pattern. I don't remember how that works exactly. As a thing to generate it to you, but that's down too. I couldn't remember the link to your website, so I was gonna try to find that, and then it's all good. I got it figured out. Imagine like it's going into any company and learning their software code. As long as you know what you're doing, you should understand what the code is doing. Yeah, I mean, for the most part, I agree with that. It is a little bit difficult though, sometimes to read somebody else's code and be like, what the hell were they doing? And like understand their thought process. Could be very difficult sometimes. Okay, so that's our idle and roaming logic. And then the chase noise. So it hears a noise. We're going to feed it into an input. We're going to need to like increase our movement speed probably. And then increase our movement speed and then move to that. Home to location. I wonder, wait, on here, transition. I'm going to add a separate transition. And we'll do the on event received in here too. We'll transition to chase noise if we heard a noise with a critical priority. We'll add that here as well. Because I think like if it's in the middle of doing this and it gets that event, like we need to be able to kick it down into here. Shake says, what's up? How you doing? Man, this is kind of throwing me off having everybody's name be the same color though. Alright, and then in chase noise, once it goes into this state, we don't want it to stop doing this state until it reaches the last noise that it heard. So there'll be a task that we have to create for that, but on complete, if it reaches the noise and it doesn't kill the player, then we'll just have it go back to root, which is going to have it do the idling and roaming again. What we'll do though is we'll add another thing in here, which will be an event, and the event will be water monster dot attack player, and that will transition to the attack player, and we'll put that as critical for this one so that there's not anything else. While this is going on, it will always attack the player if it does it. So what we'll do is we'll fire an event. So like when the AI is running towards the noise that it heard, we'll do either we'll do like an overlap sphere, or we'll do some sort of like distance check to the player on tick or something. And we'll say like if the distance reaches within a certain distance, we probably need to do a line trace, to be honest, because we want to make sure that the player is visible, right? Because like we don't want the water monster running up to like a wall that's on the other side of the player. Like the player's on the other side of a wall, and we don't want to like kill it through the wall, you know, like because that would be bad. Wrangling the kittens? Oh man. I'm doing all right. We went out for breakfast this morning, got some food in our bellies, and then I'm gonna try and get this AI done, or at least I don't know if it'll be done, but at least 90% functional at least. Obviously, we'll probably do some sound effects and particles and polish and all that other stuff on it, but get this logically kind of there, and then yeah. Going to a show tonight, guys. It's like a magic show. I'm curious. I've never actually been to like an actual magic show. If people steal the code tools, sites I made, and they've always failed crash whenever they update need to buy a new tool because people stealing the code didn't know how to change it. Well, you got to think that in a lot of cases, the people who go around straight up stealing code or taking somebody else's code are probably gonna be those people that are running into that. Like, I don't know how to do it myself, but this is working, so I'm just gonna copy and paste it in there. And then, as soon as it breaks, they're like, I don't know what to do. I can totally see that being the same kind of person. But yeah, like, there's a lot of times though that I think people can look at code and try to implement themselves something of their own, and that's where I think the more success is to have. I don't know. Can this tree run tasks in parallel? Yes, actually. So what we're doing right here, these are called like leaf nodes or whatever. And so like, for example, like this, right? Find location to roam and then roam to location. These could technically be one leaf node because when you click on it over here on the right, there's this task drop down and you can give it as many tasks as you want it to do. I think the way this works though, is that whenever one of these tasks finishes, it will mark the whole entire state finished unless that task doesn't update the state. And we're gonna get into tasks in just a minute. I just kind of wanted to get the framework here because what tasks are kind of think if you know behavior trees, when you make a I don't remember what they're called now, but it'll give us a blueprint and then there'll be some things that we can update inside of the blueprint to like end the task, continue the task, let the task keep running, whatever. And there's logic you can put in there. So we're going to create some tasks that will go on these leaf nodes as soon as we get this like outline done. That's kind of how I've done state trees in the past, is I get this general framework done and then we go in and then we actually define what the task is doing. But what's kind of nice about this is it allows you to kind of like look at it from like a high level view of, okay, as long as you name your tasks appropriately, like you can kind of understand like the flow that it will do, right? All right, so then after it's done attacking the player, we can just have it transition back to root because it's just going to like play some sort of montage thing or something probably, and then kick the player back to the start, and then it'll go back to roaming and stuff. Radici, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in. Hopefully you had a good stream. Well, if they can't update, yeah. You could use this state tree to control game states. What do you mean by that? Gotta go now. Bye. I appreciate you stopping by. Begin match, end match. I don't know if I would use it for that. So, I mean, you theoretically could, but it would probably not be very efficient to do that. The reason I say that is that this, you have to remember, this is getting analyzed like a behavior tree is, right? So every frame, it's checking to see like, okay, I'm in the roam state right now. I'm in find location to roam, right? And it's waiting for whatever tasks I give it to be completed so that it can move on to the next thing. And it's kind of like, it's almost identical to how behavior trees work. They're just a little bit more optimized because of the way that they work on the back end, but they're just presented in a different format. So it is AI logic. It's what state trees are meant for, right? So every frame or every tick or whatever, it's going to be checking to see, is its tasks done and what state should it be in based off of, you know, the logic in here. So I don't think I would use it to control game states necessarily. I think you'd be better off, you know, just creating that in a game state or something, that you can do an event-based thing, because this is like, it's checking for logic every time, like every frame it's looking to see what it should be doing. Water pipes try and freeze. You probably should. Yeah, 37 is pretty chilly. I think we were around that this morning, maybe a little cooler than that this morning, but I think we're supposed to be up in the 50s today, Fahrenheit. I don't know what that comes out to be in Celsius exactly, but okay. I think this works. Heat wave changes fast, yeah. Weather's being weird. All right, so we have this. All Alright, should be fairly easy. So this just has a delay task on it. And then we go into roam. Okay, so right now, this doesn't actually have any way of going into roam. So I think this, it shouldn't, it should go to roam. Yeah. Because otherwise it'll just idle, and then it would go back to root, and then it'd be like, oh, I can just idle again. Yeah. Yeah, this is right now. Because otherwise we would never go into roam. So the way this works is when this leaf, it starts at the top. It goes down to the first leaf, and it evaluates if it can go in here. You can put enter conditions into it, right? To say, okay, you can only enter this state if this condition is met. But in this case, I don't need it. I just want it to go straight into idle. When idling is done, instead of it going back to root, which is how I had it before, we're going to tell it to go down to roam. So it's just going to idle, and then it'll go to roam. And then inside of roam, it'll just jump into its first child state because there's no conditions on it. In the first child state here, we're just going to say, hey, we're going to give you a task. And in that task, we want to find a location to roam to. And then once we find that location, we're going to call this one, which we're going to give it a task to actually move to that location. And then once it gets to that location, it's going to go back up to root, which will make it idle for a little bit, and then it'll roam again. Now, while it's roaming to that location, we should probably put this on here too, to be honest. And maybe we can remove it from here, so we'll just have it here and here. So if it's idling or if it's roaming to a location and it gets in a noise event, it'll go into our chase noise state, which is then going to say, okay, stop going to wherever I was roaming to. Now we're going to go to this location that we heard a noise at, right? And then once it gets there, it'll go back to idling and roaming if it doesn't hear another noise, right? If it hears another noise, then we'll say update the location and then go to that noise location or whatever, right? And then if it's chasing a noise, if it hears a noise and it's roaming towards that noise, or running towards the noise, if the player gets within range of the ghost or gets within range of the mod or monster while it's chasing a noise, it'll attack the player and reset them. And that's going to be a task that we give it here. So let's go ahead and start creating our tasks now. I do think what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this transition off of here, and we're going to paste it in here because the root node doesn't really need to send it in there. We just only want to go in there if we're idling or if we're roaming. Because find a location, this one's going to be really quick, right? It's going to be bop. It's just going to be setting a vector. I turned the heat on, went to the toilet because air. Oh, nice. That was a good catch. That would have been bad. All right, find location to roam to. We're gonna go here. We're gonna add a task, and we need to create a task to put in here now. So we're gonna come into our thing here, artificial intelligence. Actually, I think it's a blueprint. It's a state tree task. That's what we want right here. So state tree task, and this is going to be find roam location. So we can save that, and that should now show up in here as a task that we can give it. And inside of our task, we have a couple of different states that we can do. When we enter the state, when we exit the state, when the state is completed, or the tick event for the state. In this case, it's just going to be on enter state. The only other thing about using state trees, unless they've added something, it's really hard to debug these. So we'll have to see like what's going on here. But what we're gonna do is we have our actor. We should have our, we need to pass the actor context in. Yeah. So to pass the actor context in, we're gonna go to variables, and we're just gonna say actor. and it needs to be. Wait, hold up. I messed something up in here. BP water monster is an actor, which is passed by context. I think it's actor. I think you go category context. I think that's how you do that. Yeah, connected to context actor. So what's really neat about state trees is inside of our water monster, right? We have a state tree component. We've given it the state tree that we're creating right now. And then when this gets created, it's because it's a component, it will automatically get the actor that the component is on, and it stores it into this actor context variable. And then when you're inside of a task, you can create a variable in here. I don't think you have to call it actor, but I do think you have to put it under the context category. I believe that's how that works. And then once it's under context category, it'll automatically take whatever actor has been put into this reference from the component, and it'll pass it into your task. So now we have an actor in here that's got an actor set on it that will allow us to then do stuff from there. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna get random reachable point and radius. One second. I got a message here. Interesting. Hold up, give me a second. Lucifer, what's up? How you doing, buddy? Got it. So then these are achievements. Hold up. I think I can actually do that back squat. Sorry, my I work with a weightlifting trainer, fitness trainer every Friday, and they just updated my app with like some new goals to hit and stuff. So you guys, my goals right now, just so that, you know, maybe chat can keep me accountable. I have to reach 215 pounds of weight, body weight, bench press 225, and back squat 275. Those are the goals right now that you put in there. Do you guys think that's obtainable? Get random reachable point. Origin is going to be get actor location. Origin. Let's do a radius of 4,000. So like it can kind of go anywhere inside there as long as it's reachable, right? And then we need to set a value. So that thought and effort. True. Yeah, I guess it's probably a little bit of a unfair question to ask because, you know, you guys don't know what my current fitness levels are and all that other stuff, but I'm excited. I was telling him last night. One second. Yeah, he just, Jesus Christ, he just spammed me with a bunch of emails from that. Cool. I was telling him yesterday, I was like, I just don't know. I don't feel like I'm not really making progress towards anything, and I really want to make a change. So I think he's gonna a new thing starting Monday for me, new program. It's not for you. I don't know. I just want to feel healthier, and I want to feel, you know, lighter. What's up, Mr. Zen? How you doing? I'm here for the code. I'm doing pretty good. Hopefully you're doing well. We need to set a variable here. I'm trying to remember how this works. I want to say we create a variable. Roam location. And then I think if we put it as output and expose it, I think this comes out as an output here. But honestly, I think we're just going to set this in the actor. It'll be easier, I think. Hashtag code daddy. Should we get that trending? I think this output thing only works. All right, let's make a roam to location task. It's gonna have stuff in here. We'll leave the actor context in there. That's fine. And then what we'll do is, I think in this one, oops, that's the wrong one. Roam to location. In this one, what we'll do is make this input. I just don't know. We can bind this to stuff here, but I'm trying to remember how this works. Does this have to be a child thing of that? And then it can get the input? I don't remember how that works. I know there's a way. To like have an output and inputs and stuff, and I don't remember how you link them. But in this case, what I'm going to do, we'll just make it really easy. We're just going to make a variable on this guy here that's going to be roam location, and that's just going to be our vector, and we're just going to call that good, because then what we can do is on find location to roam, instead of setting this into here as an output variable, we can just go here and say set roam location on the AI itself to this thing here, and then we'll pass that back into succeed, and that'll just be the task. And then in this one, we will find the enter state function, and oops, actually give me that one. Move to simple move to. I don't think we want simple move, right? AI move to. That's not right? I do want to lose weight, lower my blood pressure, gain muscle though, so I'm probably gonna eat back. Protein-rich, complete food shakes and Beat Saber as soon as I can't leave the house. I've heard Beat Saber is really good in terms of like just pure energy and calorie. Yes, True North. Yeah, we watched the whole swearing Roomba thing a couple times on here. Oh, you know why we can't do this here? Because this isn't a function, and the thing is not a function. So we want this to be. Oh, I know how we did this. Custom event, roam, AI roam. Okay, and then what we do is on enter state, we just call AI roam from here, and then we leave that set to running. And then this is where we actually say AI move to, and then the pawn is going to be our actor. The destination is going to be our roam location. And then our acceptable radius could be 5. Stop on overlap, sure. And then on success, we need to set our state to success or whatever. And I think what we need to do is like rerun it on the tick. We promote this to a variable and we just say state. And on tick we just set that into there. It's like some weird way of doing this. I don't really know if this is the like way you're supposed to do this. But on success, we say succeeded. Failed is on failed. And then yeah. We just wait for those. Those are like exit things on that. I don't know if that's the right way of doing this, but I think I've had it work before. Stage 2 hypertension. Right before heart attacks. Man, you gotta... That's the thing that scares me. Because that's like... You could just be like literally doing anything throughout your day and like... You know, like a heart attack can just hit. Because like that's what happened to my grandpa. He was... he used to be a big smoker. And he was down... moving out some of my great-grandpa's stuff out of his house. And he was down there by himself. And he was just moving some stuff. And had a heart attack while he was down there by himself. It was kind of scary. Luckily, the neighbors were there or something, and they helped him out, got him to the hospital, and he had a heart attack and had to get a pacemaker put in. I don't know, that stuff scares me. So like, it's always a little bit in the back of my mind of like, okay, I need to like get this stuff under control, you know. We should be able to compile this now. Roam to location. I didn't fix that one, did I? We don't need that. Alright, there we go. The only thing that I don't like about state trees, like I was saying earlier, is it's very difficult to debug these. Or a lot more difficult than like a behavior tree. What I would love to see is, in the future, is being able to have this tab open and selecting an AI that's using this, and then just having it like highlight the state that it's in. You know, like that would be, like, I don't know how hard that would be for Epic to add, but just being able to like pull this open and just see like, okay, what state is it in or where is it stuck in or whatever. It's very, very useful to have that kind of stuff, because I'm guaranteeing you that none of this is going to work first try. And I'm going to be very lost as in terms of like where we're actually stuck. Okay, so our find roam location, when we enter in, it's going to just get our location that we want to go to, set it, and then it'll shoot us into this state where on enter state, it tells us, hey, move to this thing. On success or fail, we set that into one of those states there. And then this by default is set to running, so it'll just like on tick, it'll like keep running the state until we update the state variable, in which case then it will kick us over out of this state. So once the AI is done being moving. So that should give us this, and then this will go back up into there. Do you just have an output saying state equals X? No, there's not even really that. There's like, you can pull up like a whole profiler. There's like a debug profiler thing that you can pull up in, and it's like really confusing and convoluted, and I really don't know how to use it. So like the easiest ways that I've found to do it so far is in the actual state themselves. You can add a task, and they have a task which is a debug text task. And what this will do is you just put a text in here, like this will say idle, right? And then what this will do is it will, when this task is entered, it'll put debug task on or debug text on the actual actor itself, and it'll say idle, right? Like, this is the easiest way that I've seen it so far. I'm gonna attempt to just skip past that at the moment, because like it does get a little janky. So we're just gonna see if we can get the logic working, and then if not, then I'll go back and figure out what the heck to do. Okay, while we're doing this stuff, if we get a noise, right? So inside of our thing here, our AI perception on, is it updated or on I think it's, might be this. I want to say it's this one. Not sure though. Successfully sensed. Okay, so then what we'll do is we'll do a branch. Successfully sensed. I think that means that like it got a sense. We're gonna need. Wouldn't you want to set the running state before triggering the event inside the task? Otherwise, if the slash fails instantly, it overwrite the success. Wait. Okay, let me go back and look at this because I need to like see what you're saying. Wouldn't you want to set the running state before triggering the event inside the task? As if the AI move to succeed slash fails instantly, it'd overwrite the success slash failed state with running in the enter state on that. Yeah, I mean, it is set to running right here. Or are you talking about setting this state to running? Because in this case right here, I'm pretty sure like once this task starts, the default state is running. So I don't know if we have to do that. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to do that, but this is just checking the state inside of here, right? And then these will only update once the AI move finishes. But couldn't that override the state that was updated within AI Roam? I mean, is it because you're saying this is getting called? I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Like, I mean, because it returned, right? But this is all happening on the same frame, right? And this is a latent node. So, I mean, if it was success or failed right away, yeah, I would just shoot us out of the state. I mean, the other thing you could do, I guess, is just set this into there. So we set it to running here, we call this, and then we pass the state back into the return node of this so that in case this, for some reason, fires on one frame and it shoots back to this enter thing here, it'll just take whatever the state was, and then that's what gets updated in the tick. Now you got me off on a tangent. So on perception, if we successfully perceive something, which right now we can only hear things. Probably over. You might be, but you never know. It could be one of those weird, like, edge cases that I get stuck on later, and I'm like, why is this not working? You know what I mean? But we can say if successfully sensed. We can grab our state tree and we can say send event to the state tree. Okay. The event that we want to send is going to be the water monster heard a noise. Okay. We'll send that up to the state tree. So whenever we hear something with the AI perception, we're going to send this heard noise event to it. And then the other thing that we should probably do is we should probably promote this to last heard noise. Because we're probably going to want this somewhere. Right? So if we hear something Send that event to there and update the last heard noise location. Just move it over so we have that, and then just to make it a little clearer, I would go underneath that. Okay. So then that should fire us down into chase noise, right? So chase noise, it sends us into the chase noise if we have a noise that we heard. And so if we're roaming somewhere or if we're idling and we hear a noise, send us into this chase noise state. So in chase noise, all we're gonna do is we are going to move to that location, and I think we should increase our movement speed. So we're gonna make a task that just creates our or increases our movement speed, and then I'm trying to think how this should work, because what if we hear another noise while we're chasing? It'll, I mean, I guess if is the AI move to? Does anybody know? Does that update? So like if we change the destination while it's running, does it continuously update it? Because like our roam location, right, could be instead of doing last heard noise, we could just set roam location to the stimulus location. You know? I'm trying to think. I just don't know if AI move to location or actor. I don't remember, like I always run into this issue when I start working with AIs and I tell them to move. I never remember which function is the one that I actually like using or that works well for me. Does anybody else have that issue? Because we can get the AI controller for this thing. We could set in a goal, because this one, it says continuous goal tracking. The goal location would be this. And then we could say on request failed or moved. We can set these things to associate there. Lock all AI logic. We can uncheck that. Use pathfinding, yes. Does anybody remember what the difference is between these? Because it says target is AI task move to, and this one is simple order for pawn or with AI controller to move to a specified location. Failed. Succeeded. I'm wondering if this would just be better, because then it gives us that continuous update. Oh, get AI controller. And then back in our AI, I mean, this is fine. Was it like possess? Auto possess player disabled. Placed in world or spawn. Auto possess for the AI. We don't really need anything specific in the AI controller, I don't think. Jay, what's up? How you doing? What are we fighting with today? We're making a water monster AI. So we're kind of working through that at the moment. And I always forget which node I like to use for this. All right, so let's do this. Let's do... Sorry, it's just going to be bugging me a little bit if I don't. OCD a little bit. I know. Because then in here, we instead of doing last heard noise, we could just update roam location, right? And then that, so we don't need a separate vector for that. In chase noise, we could just create a task. Wait, chase noise. We have it. We don't want a task, sorry. We want a state, right? So we're gonna add child state. We're gonna say update movement speed. Put spaces in here just to keep that the same. And then this will transition to the next state. Next state, so go down. And then this will go run to location. And then this one, when it's done, will transition back to root. So in here, we need to create a task. I guess what we should do, honestly, is probably add one more child state and say update. What was that? Oh, movement speed again, and then have this one transition back to root on done. And that way what we can do is we can create a singular task. Right? Which will be set movement speed. Right? And so inside here, we'll have a set movement speed. And then inside here, we'll have a set movement speed. And then in here, what we'll do is on the enter state, until it's succeeded, we need to pass in our actor, which will be the BP water monster object reference from the context. And then what we'll do is we'll grab this, get movement component. Get character movement. And then on here, we'll do set max walk speed. And now this one, we need to have like a variable that we want to set it to. So we're going to go ahead and promote this to a variable, and we'll just call this the move speed. We'll expose this, and we'll call this as input. Actually, not as input. Yes. No, yes. Because if we do an input, it might need to be bound to something. Yeah, it needs to be bound. I think there's a way to do this where it's not like this. So don't make this as input. Just put this as like default again. I think, yeah, okay, that lets us set it. So on this one, let's set the movement speed to 300. And on this one, we'll set it to like 150. And then what we'll do is by default, we'll make sure that the character movement speed is 150. I think I have it set to like 200 or something, yeah. So make it 150 by default. I don't remember what the player's movement speed is on this map, which I guess I can look really quick. A game manager for the hospital is 175 walk speed, 325 sprint speed. Moving blueprints around so it looks nice. Am I right? It is sometimes very therapeutic. I feel like a little OCD, but Exotic, hello, how you doing? All right, so we pass in a movement speed that we want to set this walk speed to, and then we set that, and then we tell it succeeded. I don't know if we have to like set up anything different here, but it's fine. Because there was a weird janky thing I had to do before to get to exit states properly. Anyways, so it's gonna be 150 normal movement speed, 300 when it is running, and then in run to location, we're just gonna give it the task. Probably just roam to location, right? Because in roam to location, we've updated the roam location based off of the stimulus right here. And then it'll just tell it to roam to that. And it'll do it faster because we've updated its movement speed here. I don't know if eventually we could do something where maybe it makes a noise or something like that or whatever. Anyways, so that should give us some chase logic. Turtle! Thank you for that reset, buddy. 22 months. I am beach. You a beach. I was gonna ask chat if you guys think I should go. Okay, actually, serious question for chat, because I know there's a lot of you guys in here that are, you know, also like game developers and stuff. If you had to make a decision between going to PAX East or GDC, which one would you go to? Like, which one do you think would be more beneficial to you as a game developer to go to? Anybody in chat? Let's see. Attack player. That should interrupt that one. You don't know of GDC, the Game Developer Conference? GDC takes place once a year, and I think next year it's going to be in March, and it's in San Francisco. The reason I ask is because Turtle wants me to go to PAX East with him, and then potentially go to the Conjuring House to do a live ghost hunt afterwards. And then there's also GDC, which is in San Francisco, but I think they're both the same week in March. And if they're both the same week, it would be really, 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 really inconvenient, because I would have to go from here in Colorado to San Francisco in the beginning of the week, right? To go to GDC stuff. And then from San Francisco, fly all the way to Boston to go to PAX East, right? And do the stuff there with the Conjuring House, whatever. And then come back to Denver. It would just be a lot of flying for 1 week, you know what I mean? Like across country flying. Probably some layovers and stuff in there too. I don't know. I just don't know if people in chat have been to either PAX or GDC before, and what your guys' opinion is on those. I would like to start going to conferences though, as a consumer, like you said, not as a dev, in my opinion, to start with, because I'd like to kind of just get a vibe to like what they're like. I've never been to any of them, and like I don't want to be like, oh, I've never been to any conference, and all of a sudden I'm just gonna sign up and have my own booth at one of these conferences. It's like I'd rather go first and kind of get the experience of what like people going to these conferences would expect as somebody who would go to the conference, right? And then kind of like make decisions based off of that on whether or not like I'd want to do a booth at them one day. I don't know, just figured I'd ask you guys. Some of you may have some insight into that. Which one's more predominant? I don't know. Because I feel like, so like Game Developer Conference, GDC, right? That one I feel like is where they have like a lot more talks and stuff that are oriented towards developers. And like, you know, like Epic might go to GDC and be like, hey, these are some like new features that we're planning to put into the Unreal Engine. And then they'll do like talks and conference type stuff on like the new stuff that they want to add into like Unreal Engine. Where I feel like PAX is more aimed at the consumer side of it, right? Where they're like, hey, come look at our like new technologies and new games or whatever, you know? I think PAX would be better for me in terms of like getting the experience to see what consumers going to PAX expect, because whenever I want to go to market my game, getting a booth at something like PAX will be more like reaching to the consumer that would potentially buy my game, whereas something like GDC, that's more about like going there to learn about like what's like the new and upcoming technologies coming out for like game development, and like, you know, what's the future of game development looking like. So I think there's like a benefit to going to both of them, absolutely, but they're both like the same week. All right. You think you'd find investors in GDC, but you might also find investors at PAX, wouldn't you not? Or at least like a publisher or something? Because I feel like there's a lot of companies that are like pushing out like new hardware that'll be at PAX, like new games at PAX, which if there's games at PAX, that means there's most likely like publishers and stuff like that at PAX. I don't know anybody who's going to GDC, and I do know that Turtle is going to PAX, and I think Champion's going with him. So I'd get to meet Champion. I've never met Champion. Champion has a lot of cool connections that he might be able to introduce me to while we're there. But then I've already met Turtle, so like at least then I'd be like, okay, I know like somebody I'm going with. Whereas like GDC, I'd be kind of going there by myself. And GDC's in San Francisco, which I've heard has gone downhill kind of in terms of like crime and other things in that area. Whereas PAX is at Boston. I don't know. Either way, you should make a shirt that says "Wishlist of the Hauntings" on Steam. On stream? You mean on Steam? I should make some custom shirts for the conference to wear. GDC is more so for networking with people in the industry, and learning. PAX is more for consumers, and that's what I'm kind of thinking. That's the other like flip side of going to something like GDC. Is what if I go to GDC and then I run into some people that I can make as like good networking connections that are maybe like, you know, industry artists or other programmers or other people that I could turn around and be like, hey, like let's freaking get together and start this studio thing, you know? Like there's a potential like of meeting people within the industry that maybe like, yeah, like I love the idea of your game and everything like that. Let's go, like I would love to come work for you on it or whatever. So that if I do hit some sort of investment, you know, I have like people that I can immediately turn around to and be like, hey, remember this like weird guy that you met in San Francisco at GDC? Like, yeah, I finally got some money and like you should come work for me, you know? I think there's a very good possibility of meeting those connections at GDC more so than at PAX. But I don't know. More likely to find investors at PAX. You are more likely to find future people to employ at GDC. Absolutely. I think that's a good way of putting it. Mr. Brainfed, what's up? How you doing, buddy? Oh, I am sore. I'm hurting, guys. I'm all over the place right now. Let's finish up this AI really quick. No. PAX would be more after you release a game or getting ready to release a game, because PAX you're gonna run into more people who would be like that would want to buy your game and play your game. GDC is more like I would like to get some insider information about where the gaming industry is going, and what like new features like engines are working on, what new features and technologies are being existing, maybe like, you know, AI technologies that they're working on or whatever, right? They're presenting like future technologies within the game development industry, right? Whereas PAX, I think, is more like, hey, everybody who likes to play games, like come look at my new stuff, you know? But I think you also have like publishers and all the other stuff there that I could potentially like, you know, go up to their booth and be like, hi, I make game. You want give money? You know, but I don't know. We'll see. All right. So on attack player, that's going to interrupt this. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to set our movement speed back down. So we're going to go ahead and copy this and paste. Okay, can't do that. Really? I know you can drag them and everything, but we're going to copy that. Paste that. First thing that we want to do there is we always want to set that movement speed back to 150 just in case. And then for right now, like we can add some polish and like, you know, a montage that plays or something of like the player getting attacked or whatever. But for now, I think we're just going to do something really simple. We're going to make a state in here that's just going to tell the player to respawn. Just for testing purposes. So what we'll do is we'll add a child state, respawn player. And then in here, once this is done, we'll transition this back to root. So this one actually doesn't need to have that. And then this one is just going to be on completed, go to next state. There we go. Yeah, you were absolutely biased on where I should go because you want me to go to PAX because then you know more people at PAX. And you want to see me probably scream like a little girl at the Conjuring house or something. I don't know. Blueprint class, state tree, task, select state tree task, respawn player. Okay. And we're going to come up here. We're going to go ahead and tell it to respawn the player. And then inside of respawn player, on enter state, get story subsystem. Second, I'm trying to think. So you guys can see it. Oh, I swear I had a respawn player. I swear I had a respawn player function somewhere. Maybe it's in the controller? Huh. Start conversation. Level and knit levels from save, transportation. I swear I made a function in here somewhere that was like reset the player, respawn player. Well, I guess we're gonna work on a respawn player function really quick. Thought I had one of those already, but this is gonna make me think for a second, guys. You know what? It might be in the game manager actually. Hold up. Respawn player. This. All right, so it's in the game manager. I think the story mode has a game manager reference, respawn, player. Okay, now I gotta review the code, make sure that that code is actually gonna work. But all right, so it gets the game instance, get a reference to the player. If the player's holding something, tell it to drop it. Flashlight on. Toggle the flashlight off. Respawn location is respawn points, find reference game instance, find the current level, set actor transform, drunk effect, start effect. Okay, so that might actually just be good. I'm gonna, fingers crossed, say that that respawn function works. I actually have no idea if that actually works or not. I don't think I ever tested it. I think I just wrote it one day and I was like, this sounds right. I mean, looking at it, it looks right. So there's that, right? Okay, cool. Now what we need to do is we need to add a perception stimuli source component to this. Auto register as a source. I think I want to say true. Register as source for senses, hearing, and sight. I think. Okay. What I'm gonna do is we need to like a way to like generate sound. Because this in here is just a big water plane, right, with a lot of material thing on it. BB simple water. Okay. Because what I'm thinking is like exposing like a delegate that we can bind to on footsteps for at least for the player. That, or like when we go in here, I attach an actor to this that plays particle effects and then it just like attaches to the player. So that way we don't have to have it part of the code, and then we can just say like as it moves a certain distance, it'll play a particle effect, which like will play a sound. Sound will be based off of character velocity. So that way, like if you're running, like the sound will be louder, and if you're walking, the sound will be quieter. And then we just attach that like in here. So like on begin play, we'll get the player and then attach to the player, and then just have it play sound every so often. If the character's moving, that is. You can do an audio component. Okay. Sorry, I'm like running through the logic in my head. I'm probably staring off into Narnia for you guys, but because of the camera situation. The other thing I was thinking about, guys, is that if I move my camera to like be more centered on my screen or whatever, you guys won't see the fish tank anymore, really. And I know how important the fish tank is to you guys. under blueprints, environment, hospital. All right, we're gonna make an actor. We're gonna call it the BP Water Splasher. We're gonna move it into the scene and just kind of do that with it. All right, now in the BP Water Splasher, we are gonna have an audio component. For the splash. Actually, we'll call it splash sound. Because the other thing we're going to add is a particle effect. I need a splash. How many wish lists I have on Passenger? I haven't even checked. I don't think it's that many. Let's see. Looks like we have like 415, 410, somewhere in there. Let me just make sure. Man, Hype Hustle's up to 495 wish lists. What the shit? I haven't done anything for that game. There's 500 wish lists on Hype Hustle. I should probably finish Hype Hustle at some point too. What am I working on? Matis. Right now we're working on an AI for a single-player horror spooky game. And it's kind of like the water monster AI from Amnesia, if you've played that. But welcome on in. Glad to have you on the YouTubes. How does this work? Okay, so we're gonna have it play sound. I gotta find whatever particle effect that I want to use for the water splashing. I don't think I have one. Yeah, this is all like blood stuff. Let's go to the store. The only reason I want to look this up really quick is search like water. Really? Just not gonna work? Okay. We could just do like visual effects maybe. Let's see, do all. Let's look at visual effects really quick. Because I'd like to be a Niagara particle or something. No, these look too cartoony. Because what I need is maybe this guy. Oops. Maybe there's a video I can watch on this one. The demo. we gonna get an ad?
Go from this to that with Adobe Express. You're going to start by uploading your media.
It's not too bad. Oh, I don't want. Oh, okay. I was gonna want like a whole 10-minute thing. See what's in the pack. I want to know if they have something that's relatively. Like these are like really big splash, like things falling into it. Games with AI are cool. Yeah, they're very difficult for me because like for whatever reason in my head I never can. Like that might be a decent one right there. It just feels like this is more like stuff falling into the water. But yeah, I struggle with AI, so like creating AI monsters and stuff. But this one should be fairly straightforward. Simulate physics. Generate overlap. Block. Like this feels a lot more like things falling into the water rather than like things moving through the water. You know what I mean? Huh. Interesting. We might be able to use something like this, but it might need to be something a bit more like, I don't even know. Passion project right now. My full-time job is I do penetration testing and red teaming for the government, for DoD. And so I would love for this to be my full-on job, full-time job, whatever you want to say, but it's not quite there yet. It's like fountains. I need something that's just more like disturbing the water than it is like something falling into the water, if that makes any sense. Like, I understand why there's probably a lot of things falling into the water, but not so much like moving through the water. Now I feel like I'm getting further and further from what I want. Like, we already gonna have ripples and stuff, but I feel like there needs to be like some splashes too. I don't know, maybe like that first one I was looking at there might be the best one we can get, and then just maybe like scale it down. Let's take a look at 3 water splashes, and I'll take a look at this one too. This might be something. I need to look at the video. These actually might be a little bit closer to what I want. Just so that it's like, you know, there's already gonna have some ripples and stuff. This is just looks like some fluid falling kind of deal. And like that one could be good for like the AI. So you programming in C? That's pretty cool. I had to do a lot of like C and assembly and all that stuff when I was in the military. They taught us all that stuff to like, you know, be more proficient at like the lower levels or whatever. I don't know. But we never actually like operationally ended up using it or learning it or whatever. So obviously we're using C++ right now with Unreal Engine, but you know, this might be okay for particle effects here. like this pack, and I think this pack was cheaper too. Because it's not so, I mean, there is some big splashes, but like that right there actually might be really good because it's kind of got like a little bit of like movement through the water, like it's splashing up. Okay, I'm considering this one, especially because it's only like 13 bucks. Doesn't have great reviews. What are the reviews saying about it? Cannot make this work properly. Geometry caches and not particle effects. Yeah, we can adjust the height of it normally, yeah. So the lighting, water and tweak some instances, even though every single drag and drop mesh was horrible pivot meaning. You can change the pivot. This is an element-based geometry cache pack. I don't know what that means. So maybe this isn't what I want then. I don't know what that cached geometry stuff means. I appreciate you stopping by. Matt, yes? Maybe this isn't what we want then. People seem to have problems with it. We want, like, particle effects is what we want. Is this? Yeah, okay, it's a YouTube video. It's an ad.
Meet Yosemite shelving.
Nope, we're not gonna meet Yosemite shelving. These are like huge splashes. This feels like it's like something that's like literally being thrown into the water, you know? There's so many things going on. I don't even know what the hell's going on right now. Sorry, your video is just too convoluted there, buddy. I mean, that first one we found might be the one that works, though. This has got to be audio, it looks like. Let's take a look at this one. There's a documentation video, but... yeah, these are all like giant splashes again. I mean, like, we have some water movement, but, like, I kind of want there to be a little bit of, like, splashing, too, you know? So that's, like, very clearly visible. What am I looking at here? I don't even know what I'm looking at. Did we already look at this one? Technical show. These look good for like falling water type stuff, which I don't really need. I need more like just like part of me's like, okay, like you could probably make your own. That one's not bad. The one at the very end there, they were like, just gonna quickly throw this in there, you know? These are all different things that I don't need. Very cool looking system. For like fountains and water droplet stuff. This is the one I'm kind of like, okay, maybe we scale this down a little bit but I don't know if it's worth buying this whole entire pack just for that one little particle effect. I mean, at least this pack here has multiple stuff in it. I've been a game dev hobbyist for several years. I've made 3 simple projects for the past 3 years, but this year I really wanted to publish a game on Steam. Any advice you can give to help a hobbyist over the hump and publish a game? Anything that helped me? Okay, so what do you mean by like over the hump? Do you mean just like being able to actually like finish the game and put it out, or do you mean like over the, like, what do you, I guess define like what you mean by like help you get over the hump and publish? Yeah, it's like finishing up and getting it out. So I struggle with that massively, because a couple of things, right? One, I feel like I have ADHD and I can't just focus on a project. 2, like my scope always kind of keeps getting bigger and bigger on every project I start. Like even if I go into it being like I'm making Pong, it'll like turn into like World of Pongcraft after 10 minutes of me poking away at things, right? So I just like, I think that's kind of like if you take that and you flip it, right? So try to stay dedicated, focus on a project, make sure you keep the scope set to whatever you initially set it to, and try not to let things keep growing on you. I tell people streaming is a great way of finishing projects, even though I haven't yet, but not on stream since like 2017. But it keeps you focused, right? Because as you guys come in here and you watch what I'm doing, and kind of see it gets you guys involved, which gets me excited to kind of keep pushing the game further forward, so that we can get like a cool like result out of it or something, right? But then also like it gets feedback from the community. You can start marketing your game. You start getting some like community involvement. Like I was saying, like we put up a game on Steam a year ago probably now, called Hype Hustle, that I was gonna try to get finished and put out as a short small project. And again, the project kind of grew and got bigger, but we just looked today. It's got 500 wishlists on Steam, and I haven't even pushed that game at all, aside from the small time that we streamed it. So like streaming it, I think is definitely a big thing in terms of being able to motivate and help try to finish things and keeping it on track. It is a little bit difficult to get started as a game developer stream. I can tell you that from experience. I got lucky, I feel like, and I feel like a lot of people, whoever, however they blow up, right, will probably say, well, I got lucky at this point, right? But it's just a matter of trying to like stay consistent, try to keep your project small. I think that's the one thing that like I really, really kind of want to go back and do now is like try and publish like 3 to 4 small games a year. Especially if you're looking at this as like trying to convert it from being a hobbyist to like paying your bills with it. I think that ideally multiple smaller games a year will support you a lot more than like one big game that takes you 5 years to make. You'll have consistent income. You'll have that that effect that like when you make a YouTube video, right? You spend all that time, you make the YouTube video, you publish the YouTube video, and it can make you money forever now, right? The same concept with games, right? You might make a lot of that money from that game in the first 2 weeks, but I still get an occasional $100 paycheck from Steam, from my Wendigo game that came out in 2017, so 6 years ago, right? I still get $100 from it here and there. So I think the idea is like if you can stick to a dev schedule of like 3 to 4 small games a year, like try to put like 1 out per quarter, and then build up a catalog of games, like you can definitely start to see some residual income coming from that. And then maybe, then you can look at saying like, okay, I'm gonna look at this longer term project. That's kind of what I wish I would have done when I got back into game development hardcore a couple of years ago, about 2.5 years ago now. The problem was the small game that I was trying to make then, it got a lot of attention, and it's grown into a much larger game, and it's been something that I've constantly struggled with over the last 2.5 years now. on trying to figure out what I want to do and make sure it's perfect or right because it has so many eyes on it now. And so like I wish I would have been able to do something like what like Chilla's Art's done and some other devs where it's like they put out a game per quarter that is like smaller scoped and they stay within that scope and, you know, charge $5 for it or something. Don't feel bad. I move around projects. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's a game dev's curse in general, right? Is that you can't ever focus on one thing. It's always going to be a matter of jumping between this and that or another, unless you got like a serious dedication to one project. I just feel like I see something and I'm like, ooh, that looks like fun, and then I want to go create it or something. So I just feel like it's a game dev curse in general. My biggest issue is perfection. Every time I make a system, like inventory abilities, just scrap it and start over. It's great because each iteration of the systems get better, but it seems to be never. Yes. And that's part of the problem that I had with the Hauntings, and I'm having with the Hauntings, right? Is I have a high level of perfectionism on it. And what makes it even worse is when you do start to get like a larger number of wish lists, more people talking about it, more people excited for it, the more your perfectionism's like, no, now it has to be just right because there's like, you know, I'm not just putting it out to 10 people to play. You know, now there's tons of people that want to play this game. It has to be right. So it gets worse. I'll tell you that much. If you ever capture what I call that little lightning in a bottle moment where a lot of people start looking at your project, it gets that perfectionism syndrome just gets worse. I think one of the things that I was told from a buddy of mine when I put out the Wendigo back in 2017, I had that same kind of thing where I was like, it's just not perfect. It's just not right. And they were like, but it'll probably never be perfect. It'll probably never be right. But if you just publish it, like, you'll be surprised at how much people just overlook because they're just playing the game. They're enjoying the game. They're not looking at all those little details that you stress on. And it'd be like, yeah, like I'm watching somebody stream the Wendigo and I'm like, oh man, I can see all the stuff that I screwed up. Or they try to use something like, oh yeah, that never actually got working properly. So you don't need it to win the game. And then they're like, okay, cool. And they just move on, right? Like people are really accepting to a lot of that stuff as long as like, you know, it's not like game breaking. So it's just a matter of just like, you just need to publish things. And that's what I'm trying to do with this Dark Passenger game is I'm trying to get myself through that mental block of perfectionism and all that other stuff and just say like, I need to get something published. And that's what Dark Passenger is. It's kind of like I'm just doing like something to kind of be like, okay, yep, I did it. I got something out. My brain can hopefully maybe see how the response was to that so that I can apply what I've learned to these bigger projects that are feeling like, you know, you're never going to have it just right. Do you feel like these streams help you keep accountability? I do really do. Because there are people who will jump in here and they'll be like, hey, how's it going? They want updates. They're excited to see progress. Which gets community buzz going, which then gets this little bit of dopamine going as a developer saying like, oh, people are interested in what I'm doing. Like, that's awesome. Like, I'm going to keep doing it. Right. Whereas like if you're just sitting by yourself in your basement and you're never telling anybody about what you're working on, you're just keeping it to yourself. It's real easy for that little like voice in your mind to go, this sucks. I don't want to work on it anymore. And then you'll just like scrap it. That happens so much faster when you put yourself into a little, you know, closet and try to do everything by yourself. That's why I like to be very open and transparent about all my game development things, is because I feel like it keeps me motivated and it gets other people excited, which kind of keeps this ball rolling kind of deal, you know? But at the same time, you can't keep things secret, you know? We're trying to convince Morgan to release the game and make adjustments since he's also... Yeah, that's what a lot of people are like, just get it out and then we can make adjustments based off what people are saying. But I don't know, it's that whole first impression thing, you know? So I'm stuck on that too. The buddy system, yeah. That's your character person things, jumping from one thing to another. Yeah, that is true. No, I think there's a little bit of like, because of being a creative person or creating things or, you know, wanting to learn and expand your knowledge on stuff too, right? That's another thing I suffer from, is be like, ooh, like this new thing that Unreal Engine just released is really cool looking. There's no way I can use it on my current project. So then your mind starts thinking, well, like, what kind of project would I use this on, right? And then all of a sudden, you know, you have like 5 more projects that you have spun up because you're like, I wanted to try the thing. That gets me too. You can always come back and patch it. Yeah, it's just like I said, it's just that first impression thing that there's a part of me in my mind that's like, if I make a bad first impression, like people aren't going to want to come back even if I patch it, you know? Yeah, most people don't notice. Most people don't notice a lot of little things. That or they're like so like engaged into playing the game or whatever that they are not willing, but they look over a lot of stuff. Like something that I might be staring at being like, oh my God, I need to fix that so bad right now. And it's driving me crazy. They might be like, oh, this is cool. And then just like walk by it, you know? Gamers like to hear from the devs. That's true. That's very true. I think that taking accountability for your games and talking to your community is insanely valuable in terms of how the community and how and people who play games perceive you in general, right? In your projects, and they're much more willing and understanding to problems and stuff like that if you present them with the problem that you're encountering, right? I think it's where people get upset is if you say, oh, hey, we're delaying the game another 5 years, right? They'll be like, oh my God, I have to wait 5 more years. But you say like, well, here's why we're doing it. Here's the issues. I mean, we're all open, you know, to listening to like solutions to these if there's something you guys can't think of, but the solutions that we have thought of right now are X, Y, and Z things, and we think it's going to take X, Y, and Z time, you know? I think that's the problem is a lot of gamers, they don't get to see what those X, Y, and Z things are. All they get to see is, hey, these are the solutions that we came up with for it. And because we haven't told you what X, Y, and Z problem is, you might not understand how we got to that solution, and or you can't really provide us with a better solution because you don't know what the problems are, right? So I think like being transparent and kind of talking to your community does give you a little bit more leeway because they're a lot more understanding. That and sometimes they come up with like really good ideas, and then you're like, holy shit, yeah, like that'll save us, you know, tons of time if we just do what they said, you know. I've been collecting MS daily points daily. Nice, True North. I wish I could put my drive stuff like this into game dev. Yeah. Busker, what's up, buddy? I've actually noticed that, True North, which is really weird. So back in 2017, when I made the Wendigo, and when I was in the military, and I had like very, very, very limited time to like actually put into projects, right? Like consecutive time, I should say, right? Consistently consecutive time to put into game projects. It made it so much more like I was so much more driven, right? I was so much more like ambitious with my stuff, and I think that's why like the Wendigo, when I made it was from scratch, made in 6 weeks, and that was what it included: level design, sound design, the AI, like everything that went into that game was all done in 6 weeks and pushed out the door. And I think it's just like as I've gotten older, I feel like I've slowed down a little bit, and like I don't know, just like some days it's like you sit at the computer and you're like, I don't want to do anything. like I know I need to get this game done. I know I need to get it out, but like I just don't want to do anything today. Tourniquet, what's up? How you doing? This was helpful advice. I will say I'm glad I wrote out my game design document and defined my scope. I think that's been the smartest thing I've done. It's helped fight off scope creep and I've actually visualized my game. Yeah, I feel like that's one of the things I'm really bad at is like putting my game out into like some sort of like outline that I can say, okay, this is what it is. And I think that's why scope creep is so easy for me to add, is because I'm like, nothing is so well defined on paper somewhere. And because when you're working by yourself too, like you have to hold yourself accountable. And if you're able to convince yourself like this would be really cool, it's so much easier to just kind of add to the list, you know? I do finally accept my code, thinking, okay, it works, it's time to move on. Yeah, I kind of work on kind of like having strong master constantly reminding me. Yeah. That's the other thing I'm really bad at too, is like deadlines and timelines and stuff. I just don't feel like I work well under pressure like that. Like I have like ideas in my head on when I want to get things done and out, but like I know that there's just going to be days where just like nothing gets done because either work was a bunch of stuff that day, or I'm just tired and exhausted that day, or I just need to get up and go touch grass and just get off, you know, not be locked in my basement, which I am pretty much 24/7 locked in my basement. So, but yeah, hopefully that helps you. Oh, I think you're just waving to turning cog, right, Nomak? I was like, why are you waving? I already said hi to you. They come in with age/burnout. Maybe. I still really enjoy making games, and when things come together and they start working, there is like this little moment of like, man, this was really cool. It's just sometimes like going through that process just feels like you're just in an endless swimming pool, right? You keep swimming forward, but the end of the pool just keeps getting further. There is a feeling of that sometimes, where, especially when you step back and you do look at your project from a big picture perspective, and you're like, oh, I still have a sound pass to do. I still have to do all this polish stuff. You know, like, yeah, I've gotten like 90% of the game done, but this next 10% is just going to be so tedious. Like, I'm like, the sound design stuff it's interesting for me. It's a love-hate relationship for me, because I don't necessarily quite enjoy doing sound work, right? But once you start adding sound to a game is when I feel like it starts to feel like it's coming alive, right? Because before that, everything feels so just quiet and dead, right? And then you start adding footsteps, you start adding interact sounds, you start adding, you know, ambient sounds, and then you have player reaction sounds, and you have all of these little sounds you start adding in. It just starts to make the game feel more alive, but I hate doing it. And I feel like if I do get my studio started, like a sound engineer or whatever they're called is going to be like one of the first people I hire. I'd be like, okay, like your job is just to like go through the game and just do sound passes on everything, make sound effects, freaking implement them into the engine, you know, implement them into the things. Like, that's your job. Just add sound everywhere. I've been using World Anvil to outline items. Seeing the pieces. I don't know what World Anvil is. Touch grass, play golf. I really do. I really need to play golf. It's getting towards like winter season though, so like I don't know if like places are gonna stay open. A tight full schedule. Stuff didn't work. Just being like, this is the last section for the week. Yeah. Got you. Now you forgot the tag. You're good. I was like, no, Mac, I'm pretty sure he said hi to you. Cool. Is your bot back up and working? Nice. I can't see the like commands because like this restream chat like removes the commands. So I'm assuming you just use the command to check your copies and stuff. It did. It's nice to hear from another dev how they overcome obstacles in publishing the game. I struggle from burnout too, especially after programming for a week straight. Do you find taking small breaks away from the computer helps me recover from burnout? Like you said, go touch grass and remote makes me fit. Yeah, that's kind of what happened to me with this game, but we're working on it right now, Dark Passenger. Like I said, I had some work trips I had to go on, and then I had to go to a funeral and a bunch of other stuff. So, like, there was I worked on this game for about 2 weeks, and then it just like stopped. Like all work on it stopped for like the rest of the month, and then this week came back to working on it, and it was kind of like a revitalization a little bit. The other thing, when you walk away from a project too long, when you come back to it, unless you have some sort of solid documentation on where you are, what you have left to do, and all that other stuff, there is a little bit of like an uphill battle to climb up. That's like, oh, I got to go do this, I got to go do that, you know, all that stuff needs to be done, you know. Which pack was that? That was the splash pack on the first page, I think, right? This one. I like to buy this stuff in the engine. Might just try this one and see what we can get with this, so we can kind of get moving forward with this. Let me just buy now really quick on this, guys, and let me just start getting it added, and we can keep chatting while I'm adding this to the engine. Let's see what time is it? Okay. I got to keep an eye on the time. I do have, like I was saying earlier, we're going to a magic show. I've never been to a magic show. So So I'm interested to see how this goes. I think this is the right one. All right, we'll just drag this over here and you guys can see this while I'm reading this. Room for an indoor range, like to build one at my house, or are you talking about going to an indoor range? There's a Topgolf near me. I think they stay open pretty much year round. Okay, that was added already. Nice. The D&D style DM tool, but it's a bit heavy for. Interesting. Turning cog. I have been working on a large project 8 years. I don't know. Oh, gotcha. You guys are talking to each other. I really like Notion. Notion's been really good. You can do like a Trello style board on there. You can do like it's got database stuff and then regular like to-do lists and task tracking and all that stuff. It's a really neat tool. I'm gonna need you to stream all day. I'm stuck in this chat 2 chair. I'm probably gonna stream for another maybe hour, maybe 2 hours. I don't know. We'll see. Like I said, we have a show we're going to tonight, and we're gonna do dinner before it, and then I gotta do another phone call and stuff after this too. So magic show, yeah. It sounds interesting. Yeah, it's like a local show or something. I don't know. We're going to it, so we'll see how it goes. Walk into a room and hit balls. Are you talking about like at home? Sorry, True North. I don't know if you said yes to that or not. Like a home hitting range? Oh. I had a home hitting range before, but not at this house. I don't think like my ceilings are high enough to like be able to swing a driver inside my house. Like my ceilings are high enough in my garage, but I'd have to like empty out my garage and then find a way to heat it and do all other stuff. And I don't want to do all that. I'd rather just drive to Topgolf. You haven't heard of Trello, Nomac? Are you just pulling my leg? Trello is what we use for. I used to use for stuff for the Hauntings. This is Trello right here. I don't actually use this stuff anymore. All I use Trello for now is to keep track of who gets free copies of the game. But everything else is I don't actually ever use it anymore. Range is good, yeah. Well, Topgolf is fun because you can go there and get, food and drink and all that other stuff while you're hitting the balls, and they have like games that make like practicing hitting shots a lot more fun rather than just going to a driving range and just smacking your balls over and over. At least Topgolf is like, oh, you can play like tic-tac-toe or Angry Birds or whatever, right? So there's like games that go along with practicing hitting balls. My map and other stuff. Yeah, I used to use Trello for everything, and now I've just migrated over to Notion because I feel like Notion is just, I don't know, it's more interesting for. I like how it's arranged, and then I can share web pages and stuff with you guys and stuff. It's pretty neat. Yeah, it's just a Kanban board, if you guys know what Kanban boards are. It's basically just that. All right, before we do anything, we're going to try to move the splash pack into the marketplace folder. There's literally a blueprint that says BP_banana scale, banana for scale. But we got to go through that pack and kind of figure out what we need and don't need, because there's probably a lot of crap that we don't need. Didn't recognize the name. Gotcha. ClickUp, very similar. Interesting. Trello is really neat. I use Trello for a lot of stuff. just for note taking, mind mapping, Canva. And it has like database setup type stuff. It's really nice. They just also integrated a thing where you can pay like $10 a month or something like that, and they have like an AI assistant thing that can be integrated into it, where like it'll help you like reformat text and a bunch of other stuff. It's kind of neat. Spatial distortion. Okay, so it moved it in there. Splash pack. Demo instructions. I don't think I want anything in the demo instructions. I just want... Are these not... Oh, that's that. I don't care about that. Audio experimental. Huh, neat. Splash types. Optimized. What's this one? What in the hell's... I just wanted a goddamn particle effect. These are meshes? With materials on them? Interesting. Oh shit, Dead Cake, you got a redeem. Nice. Congratulations on your first copy. I'm gonna add you to that list. Add item. Boom, added. Congrats. Did you see what's up? Welcome back. Yeah, so everybody in chat, if you're listening or whatever, the game copies will be given out via Twitch, and they will be in your whispers. So whenever I get the keys coming along, I will add them to a Twitch whisper with you. That's why we track you via your Twitch ID. Oh, you guys are chatting over there. Okay. Okay, so how the heck is this working? Because this feels like it's got way too much going on. When I thought it was just a particle effect, now it looks like it's like some sort of thing. Speed, custom time dilation, set actor, hidden diminish. Trigger. Okay, input trigger here. Spawn splash. Trigger. Good for custom setups. May want to turn off autoplay. Maybe auto destroy. So then. Okay. I seriously thought this was just like a particle effect, and I don't know why it's like a whole on blueprint. There's like multiple timelines that it's doing. So there's like a speed, auto destroy, auto. Thanks, Semster. And again, happy Veterans Day to anybody else who may have joined as the stream has gone on. I appreciate you guys being here and hanging out with me today. All right, guys. I'm gonna say this to you guys now. If you put assets up on the marketplace like this, and this is the kind of blueprints you leave in it, I'm gonna smack the shit out of you. Look at this. Like the Vens have unused pins. Set in static meshes based off white water. I don't know what's going on here. So much like nonsense in this. Multiple timelines. Code that's experimental, I guess, not even hooked up. It's like, what am I supposed to do? Just like, because it says here, good for spawning, right? We just spawn it in. Does this stuff up here, and then autoplay is false. So, okay, so spawn splash is what we would want to call, but like it was looping already. So like on finished, auto destroy. Remembers being up here. Oh well, happy remembered. I didn't even know that's a thing. So I'm glad you guys brought it up. Said happy Remembrance Day for you guys as well. I'm assuming it's the same concept. Veterans Day, Remembrance Day, that kind of stuff. Okay, so there's this, which I think this is supposed to be like the whitewater mesh. So there's a main mesh. I'm assuming this is like white water, and then there's the ripple. So on update, why do they do this? Never do this, guys. Never have like extra execution pins like that. You're literally just causing extra logic stuff for no reason. No, Veterans is for both, Nomac. So Veterans Day is it's a holiday in the U.S. to remember current and past veterans who are either currently serving, have served and gotten out, or have passed away. It's just a day of remembrance for all people who've you know, kind of taken that oath to protect their country. Anyways. Alright, so I'm not going to worry about this experimental thing because I'll probably just like do that manually. And I feel like these freaking blueprints are just a mess. Like seriously, like who couldn't like literally have cleaned this up just even a little bit? Like how hard is it to do this? I'll spend like 20 minutes OCD cleaning this damn thing up. Stop doing that. Ugh! Yeah, no problem, Nomac. Like I said, it's just a holiday that we have to kind of remember all of that stuff, you know? This is like the messiest shit I've ever seen. Somebody was like, I bet you I can make like an absolutely awful blueprint. And the guy and his friend was like, I bet you can't. And then this was the result of somebody being like, hold my beer. Like, the hell is this? It's not as bad as it could have been. I mean, it's pretty bad. I'm sure it could have been worse. You are right. This could have been 100% worse, but doesn't give him a free pass for me not to yell at him now. You know what I mean? Bless. Thanks for continuing that sub you got from Champion. How you doing today? At least they're all going to the right. Okay, if you take a blueprint and you make things not at least flow left to right, I'll probably slap you. Just saying, I'll probably slap you. Just got your breakfast? Nice, nice. As soon as I'm done here, I'll try to hop on a quick call with you, Bliss. My intentions were to like wait last night till you were there ready, but Whiskey said no. Yeah, there's no huge rush on it. Like I was saying, like I'm not. It's just something I want to get started at some point, but it doesn't have to be right away. Good for spawning. Okay, so autoplay. Like, okay, if this is gonna be a blueprint though, this is kind of what I wanted there already. So I think what we should do is maybe instead of me making a separate thing called water splasher, I should just extend this one because it's already there. And then what we'll do is we'll just call, we'll call this node I think that'll be what we do. I don't know. You were really busy? Ah, okay, that's perfect then. It's all good, Nomac. I'm probably, like I said, I'm probably not gonna be on much longer. I gotta get ready my stuff tonight. I just want to try to get this cleaned up. I think this is what we'll do. So what we'll do this is get rid of that. Get rid of that. Don't crash on me. I was like, please don't crash on me. Oh, it like moved my water. I hate when it does that. Like moves your tabs. And then what we'll do is this. We'll say we're gonna copy this. We'll copy that there, and then we'll just like modify one of these things, and then we'll just see how that goes. Because I think we could then scale things down as well. And we'll just leave the other stuff in there for right now. Actually, one thing I do want to get out of there is this. These maps, I freaking hate. I understand why they get added, right? Because they need to be able to like demonstrate their stuff or whatever. But holy crap, does it really annoying when I have like 5 million maps and I don't want any of that. Level sequences. Delete that as well. I'm just gonna delete some of this stuff. Epic content. Okay, don't probably need any of this. Turning cock, I did in the when we were messing around with it the other day on stream. The water tool. I'm not actually using the water tool for this project. Let's see, a banana for scale. I think this demo instructions thing, just in general, we could probably get rid of all the demo instructions stuff. We don't really probably need all this. no. Wait, hold up, cancel. Okay, we don't want any of these. I don't care about the demo stuff. We'll figure it out on my own. Collision detect. Is there anything using collision detect? Slash by overlap. Okay, nope. Get rid of that. Rendering settings. Oh yeah, we're not. Nope. You're not gonna touch any of that stuff because that is stuff that I set in the settings. So yeah, it can all go away. Splash types. Okay, so splash types I feel like should stay there. Utility. That could probably go away actually. That stuff's probably all good to go away now. So now I can probably get rid of demo instructions now. Just being real dumb. Yeah. I think mine was doing that kind of stuff too. Okay, I don't know what inside the... Maybe it's the ocean stuff. BP ocean. Caustics detail. I don't need the simple surface. Decal. I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't think I need those. Those are just decals. There we go. So there's some stuff inside of here somewhere that clearly we need. I don't really know. I don't need these things. I don't think I need these things. Okay, I might need those things. Let's just see if I can get rid. If I can get rid of these, then I can probably get rid of a lot of things in here. This is the one thing that really sucks about using like marketplace things is they like, you know, they end up putting way too much stuff in these. All right, that should be at least cleared up a little bit. Okay, there we go. So then what we'll call this is we'll just call this BP splash. I don't remember what I called it. Oh, I called it water splasher. We're gonna get rid of water splasher. Okay, because then what we're gonna do is we are gonna turn a blind eye to this mess first off because, yeah. It makes me angry, but, you know, what can I do? Like, how hard was it to do that? Right there, right? Look how much cleaner this looks. Was that so hard? Is it so difficult? Actually. And then, wait, these aren't even... There we go. Gotta line it to the grid. Sorry, OCD. All right. So we have this stuff here. What I think I want to do is on begin play, get player character, attach actor to actor. Autoplay and auto destroy. Okay. Greetings. Almost done with my Unity course. Hold your fingers. Nice, Darth. That's a good start. Always, you gotta just start somewhere, right? Just get something out, get it done, and then just kind of keep learning from it, But it's awesome. Yeah, I don't really know anything about Unity, so like I'm not really good to probably ask questions about that. But obviously Unreal, I've been using that for a while. Snap the target. Well bodies. Okay. Actually keep world on scale. Rotation, all this other stuff will snap the target. The only thing, we may need to add like a socket that's like something that we can adjust so that it's somewhere near the player. Same thing with like there too. Crap. I guess we could spawn it on the... Yeah, we could spawn it on the water monster because he'll spawn once this starts. Because we want to do the same kind of splashing. Okay. I'm mixing C++ and Blueprints. So we have all our base classes are written in C++, and then we extend into Blueprints. This blueprint that I have open right now is from a pack. I thought it was a particle effect, but it's like some sort of like simulation effect thing, which I think I turned off autoplay or whatever on it. But it's some sort of particle effect, or not particle effect, some sort of mesh splash thing. I needed some splashing. So I thought it was just a particle effect, but it turns out that it's like some mesh thing. I don't know what kind of black magic they have going on with this, but I don't ask questions, Best advice I have for getting into Unreal is find a good community. Checkbox. Yeah, that is really true. Being active on Twitter too could be helpful, right? Because like you can ask stuff on there, and there's a lot of people that post stuff on Twitter. I occasionally ask people some stuff on there. All right, so we're gonna attach this. Wait, actually, crap. This won't work because if we spawn that one, it'll try to attach it to the player. We could just have a level object. The duck answers back. Yeah, that's when you've had enough whiskey, right? Enough of the whiskey dev, and then you start talking to the duck, and the duck's like, "You're stupid." You're like, "Huh? You don't have Twitter. You should have Twitter." I didn't like Twitter at first. I was very resistant to the idea of Twitter, but now that I'm using Twitter in terms of like trying to connect with people and talking and stuff, like it's been actually kind of nice. This isn't gonna work because I can't put this in here. I need to be able to say attach this to the player. On begin play. Actually, we'll just do it. I'll just screw it. say 4-player. We'll expose that. By default, that'll be false. And then what we'll do is we'll just say branch on begin play. Actually, let's just do this. Let's just put this into our sequence node they had here. We'll take that off of that into that. And we'll branch this off of that. We'll move this back over probably. And then we'll just say 4-player. If this is for the player, then do this attached to the player. Okay. Trying to stuff this giant node in here. Sort of work. Looking up shaders. It's honestly not a bad place for that too, yeah. I had it years ago when it came out. So got rid of it. Yeah, it can get crazy on Twitter, but I try to avoid the drama that's there. I just kind of use it to, like I said, kind of have a place to be able to contact with stuff. MCT Dart, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Darth, I appreciate the follow as well. Welcome on in. What's up, Dart? How you doing? Okay, let's save everything. Why does my water look like that? There we go. That looks better. So with the water, all right. No, Mac, appreciate you. B. Enjoy the show later. I appreciate it. Appreciate you. Dart, you know, it may have crossed my mind. It may have crossed my mind. See you later, No Mac. Appreciate you stopping by, hanging out, buddy. FNAF? No. This is part of my game called The Hauntings Dark Passenger. I would not want to swim in this pool. We're literally creating a water monster right now that will hear things and try to come attack you. But I wanted to get some splashing so that we can see the water monster moving because it'll be invisible. So then, hold up. If we go back into the event graph, we have to call spawn splash in order for that to work. Okay, so if I go inside here and I drag in BP splash, first off, the f is that? Okay, but it should be hidden in game, right? Oh, on begin play it gets set to hidden in game. So then on end, does it re-hide those? Hold up, it doesn't actually re-hide these. What games do I have? Are you talking about released games? I only have, there's a game called The Wendigo, which if you scroll down, it's a free game. You can download it on Steam. And then I have another game that I have up on itch.io that we did as a 48-hour challenge to remake I'm on Observation Duty. So there's a Unreal Engine 5 version of Observation Duty basically in there, and then my other game out. And then we have a couple of games I'm working on at the moment. Wendigo, yeah, Wendigo is a monster type thing. It's Native American, I think, folklore. So I'll begin play. That should get hidden. Can I click it? Let's see. Nailed it. Okay, so 4 players. So if we click 4 player, auto destroy, missed. Okay, so there's some options in there that we might be able to set. What I would like to do is, we need to detect the actor that it's attached to get their velocity, because I don't think we can get the velocity of just this thing, right? Let's see. Let's look on the tick really quick. Get velocity of the actor. And let's just print that into here. Just want to see really quick. Because this should get attached to the player. No, it's not blueprints only. This game's not. This game has the base class of C++. Oh, hey, he's already off and wandering. Base class in C++, and then I extend them in blueprints. Monsters are people too. You're not wrong. Okay, so first off, the water's not responding to me as it's supposed to be. Fun. Or to him, I think, actually. Is that attached to me, though? It is. So its velocity is not changing with my velocity. I don't know where Jack went, guys. Kind of want to go find Jack now, though. Oh, there he is. So it looks like his patrol stuff is working. His patrol stuff is working. It's just the water responding is not, which is great. And then obviously he can't hear me right now because I don't have anything that's, I think, generating a sound. Huh. Okay, well, we didn't get any errors, so that's good. All right, so I was trying to see if we could do something based off velocity of the splash. Because we need to know if the parent thing is moving. Can you do like a get parent? Get parent actor velocity. We're not holding any weapon. It's so that you can look at things to pick things up. Kamikaze. Okay, now he's not moving. Okay, it's not getting my parent velocity either. Oh. Access none, trying to read it. Okay. So that didn't work. Since we can't really get the player actor here because we want to use the same blueprint for both the water monster and for the player. How do we determine if it's moving? Okay, so this is getting the attached parent actor velocity. I almost feel like I need to change the dang opacity level of the light cone thing. Okay, so this works though. So, we need to spawn splash. Need to spawn splash if the velocity of the player is, I guess, like, the issue here, I really didn't want to be spawning actors. I really wish this was just a particle effect, because then I could just play the particle effect and not have this be like an actor thing. I mean, could do something where it's like spawn splash, because I'm assuming it's just going to be using these, so we can only call spawn splash and then finished the ripple right here. So instead of destroying it, what we could do here is we could reset a variable that says like spawn next splash, and then like every single, like, we can set like a timer or something that, so like every 1/10 of a second we check to see if the player's velocity is greater than 0, so they're moving, then we spawn a splash. I think that's like the play here. So when this is done, we're not going to destroy it. That's 4 to 5 seconds, and then this one. You don't even need to do this. Like, you can literally just drag these right into here. But I don't want to destroy it anyways. I just, because this one's only going to be. This ripple will continue for a short amount of time. Knock my mouse over. Are they really PC? I haven't messed with it too much yet, aside from what we did a little bit on stream the other day. Can you just like paint over it though? Because like it's just like a basic automaton, right? And then you can add layers on top of it or something. For right now, we'll do it on tick, even though like we'll probably put this on a timer or something. This, we have to attach it to a socket or something that's like lower. So what we'll do is we'll just go. Oh, we don't have a mesh though. Trying to think. I mean, we could probably add just like some relative offset to it, right? So we snap it to the mesh and then we offset it down. Set actor relative location, and then we just do like, because it's gonna be like right there, so we just need to like go down like, I don't know, 30. Oh, you know what the other thing is going to be a problem with this, now that I realize this? It's not working, but it's attached to the actor. So like the splash will move with the actor with the current setup. So maybe what we need to do then, I know what we'll do. also expose this on spawn. So the one that's in the scene, I can then just do that, but then expose on spawn will be... Well, shit. I can't set that to the player. Because I spawn the player. Works for the water monster, right? Because the water monster could spawn this actor and set its reference on spawn to itself. The issue here is that we have a splash actor that's in the scene already that the player will spawn into, will come into. When it gets loaded, I need to set the reference to the player. So we might still need a boolean for the player, in which case we set actor to follow based off that. Because what I'm thinking is that... Okay. Let's just do that. I'm not going to overthink this. This is already kind of like really janky and over complicated for what I need, but... Before we do this, he's at 168. And the splash is at 120. So, what is that, 48? 168 to 120? No, 30. 60 to 20 is 40. Yeah, 48. So we set the actor location to there, can splash. Set can splash to true by default. Maybe that's why I was doing that. So that's not getting set to there. Accessed none. Oh, because it's not. Oh, damn it. It's not attached to the actor anymore. It's just the actor to follow. So this is doing this. It's calling spawn splash. Can splash. Set to true. So then I guess what we need to do is we need to set it to false. Right away. And then down here is where it gets set back to true, right? Yeah. Okay, so we can make that maybe a little bit bigger. And then we got to make it so it's more often. But I'm wondering if we should make it so that it just spawns these and then let them auto-destroy themselves so that it happens more often. Because then we don't have to do this, but what we need to do is we'd still need an object that we can attach to the player and then have it control when to spawn it. Because right now it's splashing, but it's splashing like, you know, like we probably gonna need to have like create instances of this. And then just have them auto destroy themselves at the end. You know, I think that's probably what we'll have to do. Because otherwise we're only going to ever have one splash per character. So I think what we should do. Okay. This is what we'll do. We're going to create an object that spawns these splashes in. And then we'll just have the water monster handle its own splashing. Because the only thing is, I could put it in the player, right? Have the player handle it, but like it's only in this level that it needs to do this. The water monster only exists in this level, so we could have it handle its own splashing in there. And I think we just spawn these splashes, and then at the end here, instead of saying can splash, we'll just say destroy actor. Right? So after this is done, just do that. And then what we'll do is we don't need can splash anymore, so I'll just get rid of all that. And then honestly, we don't need any of this. Won't even need this because it'll be called on begin play. So what we'll do is we'll just pop this into here. The actor to follow. Sure, we don't even need to do this anymore because what we can do Jack Wolf, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. What we'll do is spawn this in. We don't need actor to follow. So actor to follow. We won't need this. We'll just need to set the actor location. Actually, do we even need to set the actor location? Because we can just spawn it at the thing, right? So we don't even need to do that anymore. Like we just spawn it at the location we want it to be at, where the ripple will be at. So we don't even need to do that. Set hidden in game. Wait, what's going on here? Set hidden game to true. Set hidden game to false. Are they hidden in game? Hidden in game is false, so we don't even need to do this stuff. We can just set speed to custom time dilation. That's fine, I guess. It's just going to set some variables. Okay. That works. And then after this is done here, it destroys the actor. Okay. So can splash, don't need. Actor to follow, don't need. For player, don't need those variables I just added. So we're just going to spawn BP splash as the character moves. Now what we do need is we need like a splash manager for the player, because I don't want to put the splash logic into the player. So what we'll do is next to this splash, we're just going to create a blueprint, which is going to be this splash manager. Actually, God damn it. Splash manager, and its job is going to be on begin play. We want to attach it to the player. So get player character, attach actor to actor. Target for this will be self. So on begin play, attach this to this. Snap to target, scale, keep world. We're gonna probably have to scale this to scale the splashes. Well, actually, the splash scale we'll have to pass on when we spawn it. That's fine. So on begin play, we're just gonna attach this to the actor, and then what we'll do is we'll set a timer. So timer by event, and we'll do a create event. Create matching event. And this will be spawn or check splash. Okay. And what this will do is we'll loop this every 0.1, and then okay. So whenever this function runs, we're going to get the vector length of this, and we'll just say if this is greater than 0, then spawn actor from class splash, and oops. It's 0.2, 0.2, 0.2. The location is going to be get actor location, and we are going to subtract from that, what was it, 48? Spawn that location there. And then it'll handle itself cleaning up. So every 0.1 second, we're going to check if our velocity is greater than 0. If it is, we're going to go ahead and spawn a splash at that location. And then it had the splash will auto clean itself up after it's done. Maybe. Oh, we need to just drag a splash monitor into the scene. This splash that's here can just get deleted. Right, and now the splash manager should attach to the player. See what happens. We gotta be wrapping this up here soon, guys, so I can get ready to go. Okay, so now we just gotta reduce the frequency of that. And maybe scale it down on the Z a little bit. So let's do like 0.25 and spawn transform 0.05. And once we get the water updated and fixing, you know. I thought he was coming after me. I was like, I didn't make any noise. I think this will look really good once the freaking water deformation works again. I don't know what's causing that to stop. It like has a mind of its own. Let's try something a little bit different here. Let's try like 0.5 and then leave the height on this to like 0.07. I should change the size of the splash there. Now the other thing that we need is honestly, let's actually split this. And we can change this based off of this. Right? So the splash gets bigger the faster we're going. So we'll go from 0 to whatever the max run speed is on this level, which in the hospital is 325. So we'll go from 0 to 325. And we'll go on the low end. We'll actually map this from 100 to there, so that way we can say, okay, at the slowest speed would be 0.05, but then like 0.1 or something like that as you run faster, so it gets bigger splashes. And we're gonna just increase this to 0.2, so it's a little bit more frequent. What do you guys think? Is it looking interesting? At least? There's going to be some more water reactiveness to it because the other stuff will make water reactions too. But like... I think it looks pretty decent. Yeah. Okay, and now what we're gonna do is on the We're gonna copy this. And we're just gonna go into the water monster. And we're gonna say event begin play. Just gonna copy this logic into there. Okay. And this thing goes, I think it's 300. So let's just see what that does, because now, as he moves around, he should be creating splashes as well. Why is it if I'm... I don't know if it's the same node. It was getting the player's velocity. And for this one... Let's do 0.3. So it was splashing when I moved, but it kind of gave us a little bit of an idea what it would look like, right? Oh, that might be causing some lag, though. We could turn the frequency down, probably. Yeah, I mean, we could change the frequency down, especially on the water monster. Probably just like once every like 0.75 seconds might be good. Because like it's invisible, right? And once I get the dang water reactive system working back up again, like the water plane itself should already have some ripply stuff going on. I feel like their splashes should be bigger, like upwise. So maybe 0.15 to 0.25. So they're like bigger splashes, like it's like taking its feet, like it's this big thing, you know, like it's taking its feet kind of in and out of the water. And on Splash Manager, we'll probably put this at like 0.3, just so that we don't have like a bunch of these actors going and causing super lag or anything like that. And again, I don't know why the water reactiveness isn't working. It's supposed to be. Like the water plane itself should be reacting to me. Or maybe that's a little too big. Okay, that's a little awkward. We almost need it to like change its location to be... Where did he go? He was like right here, was he? Did he go back this way? Oh, there he is. I was like, he was right here. Okay, so his splashes might be a little too big now. 0.1 to 0.15. Well, actually, let's do like 0.05 to this. Oh, 7. As he runs faster, I want to make sure that he makes bigger splashes, so like he's chasing you compared to like he's just wandering around, you know. Well, once we get the splash sounds going in there, and once, like I said, once the rest of the water reactivity gets working again. The only thing that sucks is like if you walk up onto things like that, you see like the water, it follows you up right now, so we'll have to figure that out. That, or we know it's 120 on height, right? So for this, what we could do is just get the X and the Y, and then we just set this to whatever the height of the water plane is, right? AI will spawn in a room with no way out. Are you talking like the default map, Oringo? Because I already went through and kind of looked at the nav mesh and made sure that they could wander through all the rooms. And I might add a few nav links just to there's a couple rooms that it doesn't like to connect with. But I already like moved a lot of like doors and stuff out of the way so that the nav mesh will flow. I'm assuming you're talking that like the default map is what the problem is. What did I say, 120? Yeah, okay, so let's try that. Just have it hard set to that Z. Okay. Okay, so we could do some tweaking to where it's like, okay, if the player is above a certain height, don't spawn the splashes, so that if you do manage to get up on top of things that you're not supposed to, I might want to make like the keep in mind, we're seeing Jack because I wanted to have like some sort of visual representation so we can see where the actual monster is. he won't be visible in that side of the game normally. What was I gonna do? Oh, I want to kind of scale the other stuff as well, so that this stuff here also gets kind of scaled, maybe based off speed. Because like this 0.5, yeah, like we could use a, you know, the same clamp for both of these, but I want the vector value to come in. Same thing here. We'll do 100 to 3.5 because that's your speeds on this level. And then I want it was 0.5. Let's say that is that one, and then we'll do 0.1. Because if you're just walking, like I don't want there to be like as big of a splash in comparison to like if you were running. Why is this lagging so bad? Weird. So now you can see that the splash sizes are a little bit more tied to. You know what I should do too? I should make them like offset, like back and forth. Excuse you. I should make them offset so they're not both like directly underneath you. They should be like a little like side to side offset back and forth. So it's like kind of left, right kind of deal. That might give us a little bit more interesting of a pattern. So how would I do that? I'm gonna do some janky stuff, I think, because it's gonna be. We want to get the location that's like left or right of the character just slightly. So we're gonna need to get the. Where's this on? So this is on here. So we want to get. Well, hold up. If we hit the camera, the right vector of the camera, that's always going to be pointing to the side, whether you're looking up or down, right? It doesn't really change that angle to the side. So what if we do get player camera manager, get right vector. Let's ready for some jankiness here. Let's see. Then you multiply this, right, by a distance that you want to set it off by. So like if we set it off by like 5. Oh god, this is gonna be some jank. Hold up. I'm just curious if this will work, guys. It's only janky if it doesn't work, all right, guys? If it works, it's elegant. That's what it is, right? That's the term. gotta spread it out a little bit more, so 5 might not be enough. I hate when I clean my glasses and then I end up putting like another smudge on them somehow. It's kind of neat. What do you guys think? Should I leave the little alternating offset thing on here? Kind of gives you like a little bit of like a left-right kind of footsteppy. Just gotta clean this up. What's up, Dr. Elliott? How you doing, buddy? Guys, you know what? This might just have to work. Plus, once I get the water reactive stuff back, it might kind of blur it up a little bit. So I think this could work good. So for Waterman, we're just going to get rid of Jack now. So now we won't see him, but now we should see his splash. What do you guys think? So he's right there right now. We just add some sound to that and everything so you can hear him moving around and stuff. I think this will work, and then as long as it's some sound with it, right? Like, just do some like test really quick. Just do the active location. It doesn't really matter if it's a little above it. We have a splash. Okay. And then what we're going to do see what this sounds like. So this will be just on the water monster splashing right now. The player splashes won't be there. I feel like that would be pretty creepy, especially if you heard that coming up behind you pretty quick. I need to give it a longer range attenuation. So we have large range. Might even make its own attenuation settings so that it like still like audible, but like, you know, doesn't have to be like right up on you. Okay, so probably need to make its own, because I think, let's see, does large range have occlusion on it? Does. Visualization. Okay, I might have to mess with it a bit because it seems a little off. Oh, maybe this was. No, it should be overwritten. Play when silent. Because we have it set in here, it should be overriding that. I don't know. I can mess with it some more, but the only thing we have left to do now is probably hook up the player splashes to causing a sound, which actually works great now that we have the splash manager, because I'm pretty sure we can just have it like, you know. Okay, so we'll probably have to make like a special thing there. What is it? For AI perception for sense, the sound thing. Report noise event? Is that what it is? Yeah, Vane. That's the idea. Having a creepy water monster thing that you can't see. All right, loudness. Max range. Multiplied by loudness. Values less than or equal to 0. No limit. Still limited by listener's range, however. Okay, so let's say 500 times the loudness, which I guess we want that value to be based upon the vector length of this map. Okay, so the vector length, again, 100, 325. I know the character movement on there isn't that slow, but it's 175. So we probably actually want to do 175. Should probably do that here too. Could also just like actually get the player movement speed stuff and set those in as values here, but all right, the loudness multiplier on this one, if we have a max range of 500, so we'll say that's 1, double if you're sprinting. So you can be heard twice as far when you're sprinting, or the faster you're going. So now the question is if I... Oh, we have to do a distance check thing. We still have all that code to write. Okay, hold up. I think there's a way I can... what's the perception one? 4. So he's not perceiving me at all. Because right now he should be hearing these. Maybe... Does the splash manager have to be a perception stimuli source? Auto register a source for hearing? Does that have to be on here? Because he should be hearing me right now. Oh, you know what? Wait. It might be because I'm not close enough to him. No. Okay, so he's not hearing. Is this not the thing that I need to use, guys? Does anybody know? I'm trying to remember if that's the right node to use to make a sound. I know we used it inside. I could go look it up in Viral Fear. I don't want to open that program right now since I'm going to probably have to be getting going soon. We auto register a source. Report noise event. Max range. Let's just set this to 0 for right now. Missing an instigator. It's required. Oh, is it really? See, now you can see he's following me. You can see he's going to follow me around now because he's hearing me. He probably lost hearing of me right there. Oh, no, it works now. Jesus Christ, that scared the crap out of me. What's up, Nano? So we got to run away from him, get far enough away so that he doesn't hear me anymore. I think once we put enough distance between us and him, he should stop. Yeah. He should go back to just roaming now. So right now, if I move, yep, he heard me, see? And so he'll come attack me because he's hearing me because I'm close enough for it to happen now. So you can't move when he's nearby you. He'll go away eventually because this will age out. But if he hears you moving, he'll come get you. But he can only hear that's actually kind of neat. So basically what's happening is if I try to sprint away from him, I can get distance between me and him, but he will keep hearing me, so he'll keep following me. The second I get far enough away and I start walking, he loses me. Which is kind of the intended result of this. You know? And now he's so far away, he won't hear me at all. Because you see I'm making splashing. I don't have the splashing sound effects played on my character yet because I recorded some for the player movement that's different. That's a little bit more sloshing rather than splashing. I just wanted to test that out with him. See, now he's coming over here. But the problem is you can't see him. All right, he's on the other side there. I just can see where he is because I got debugs on. So this yellow right here that just went by me, that is his max hearing range. However, he won't hear me splashing around over here because the splashing only has a max range. Does it work through walls? I'm going to assume yes, because it's just a range check. We'll find out here in a second. Yep, see, he heard me in here. He's on the other side of that wall. So I need to figure out a way to include that sound. Sufane? I don't know how to pronounce your name exactly, but thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Welcome on in. Yeah, so he can hear you through walls, yes. So he'll know where you are. It's right there. And if I move, he'll hear me. So he's not too bad to deal with. And honestly, I'm kind of surprised because I did not expect that to like kind of work. You know? And if we added the code to attack, he probably would attack us and reset us. So the state tree seems to be working first try, which is really convenient. But I should probably wrap up the day here, guys, just because I do need to start getting ready for the dinner and a show thing that we're going to tonight. So let me see who's online and see if there's anybody I want to send you guys to, at least on Twitch's end. What is, I'll send you guys over to Devious because
Okay, I'm putting in my body is
he's a good dude. He's a good guy. So I don't know who that is, and like we were talking about on chat the other day, I kind of like to vet the people I send like raids to, before I send them a raid, But I'll add it to my list of somebody to like, go check out. But I know Thievius Fox is pretty good, and he's only been on for an hour or so, so I'm sure he's going to be, streaming for a while still. So I'll send you guys over there. Again, guys, I appreciate y'all being here. I think we made some really good progress. The water monster is turning out pretty interesting. I'm pretty happy with the progression on that so far. We're going to be back Tuesday, probably to wrap him up, hopefully, and then decide if, he's enough or if I need more in there or whatever. And then after that, we're going to add some jump scares to that level. So we'll be pre-programmed jump scares we need to add in. Just some little stuff like that we can get you guys with. So I'm excited to start doing that. But I think that's all I've got for you guys today. Yeah, so I appreciate you guys being here, like I said, and we'll be back here Tuesday to kind of pick up and continue working on spooks. Appreciate you guys. See you on Tuesday.
Guys coming here with victories going on in